Test for SQL and NoSQL with JSON. Second highest in class. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Congratulations for passing that. For the class, what is that? Is that for like college or what program are you doing that test was for? I mean, it was for a class, but is that class part of a program at school or something separate? Oh, it's because you have a different username on YouTube. I didn't realize. Thought you were someone else. Section 2. Okay, so this is all Section 2 stuff. So I've learned all this stuff. I could just play this fast because I already learned literally all of this. This whole section I learned basically. Threats, risks, attacks, vulnerabilities, CIA triad. Learned this stuff like 4 times already. Let's see. How do I close this? Oh, hide. Okay. What is this? Nope, that's not the right class. Where is it? 315. Is that what this is? Yeah. Okay. This is weird. And this Microsoft Office is bugged. Ah, okay. Yeah. Let's see. Section 2. Why does this one only have... Wait a minute, what is this? This one only shows 2 videos. Here it shows 3. And here it shows like 5. 1, 2. What the heck happened to my mouse? All of a sudden it just got super like... Sensitivity just went so fast. It's like fast. It just changed. Oh, now it's normal again. What the... Okay, that was weird. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 here, showing 2 here, showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. Actually, it does feel faster. What is going on here? I like opened up Word and all of a sudden it started going really fast. Where's mouse? Yeah, it's on max. Let me turn that down a little bit. It's still kind of fast, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You see, this has 6. This shows 4. Wait, threats, risks, and vulnerabilities. Attacks. Oh, okay, here. Network insecurity, vulnerabilities, attacker types, common threats. Okay. He just broke them up into, okay, whatever. I'm gonna watch them anyway because they're all, I already know. What?
Welcome to attacks.
No, that's not what I wanted. Section 2, number 1.
Welcome to attacks, threats, risks, and vulnerabilities, with this video focusing specifically on network security fundamentals. Let's begin this video by looking at the purpose of network security. What goals and objectives are we trying to reach? First, we want to protect network assets. By our definition, an asset for an organization is anything of value that they want to implement security to protect. That could be access to the network itself, whether that be wired or wireless. The IT systems and devices, anything from routers and switches and firewalls to servers. Any network-based applications, and of course data. Data is by and far the most valuable asset that any company has, and it needs to be protected and safeguarded to ensure the confidentiality and the integrity of that data. As we are planning and implementing security, we have two things that need to be done simultaneously. One, we need to prevent any malicious activities on the network and make sure that no unauthorized users access any network resources, while at the same time we need to ensure availability and ease of access to resources to legitimate authorized users. As we begin to plan and implement network security, it touches many aspects of our IT infrastructure. For example, we need to control access to the wired and the wireless network. We need to make sure that only the appropriate users are authenticated to the network applications, and then even those authenticated users, we need to make sure the proper level of access control permissions are assigned so they can only access the resources that they need. We need to control access to network devices, systems, and servers. We need to secure our network protocols. A network protocol is the way communication happens from one device to another. For example, there is the HTTP and the HTTPS protocols. Those are both web-based protocols that are utilized anytime that you are accessing a web page. Some protocols are insecure, meaning they do not encrypt data in transit. We would like to avoid those and instead use their secure alternatives so that we have encryption in transit. That way, if anyone captures the data in transit, it's in an unreadable state without the decryption key. There are many network services that need to be installed, configured, and managed on a network in order for things to run properly. Things like authentication services, DHCP, and DNS. If you're not familiar with those, DHCP is how we automatically pass out IP addresses to devices as they boot up on the network, and DNS is what resolves names into IP addresses. And probably the most important aspect of network security is data security. As I mentioned before, data is a company's most valuable asset, and we need to make sure that we are controlling access so that only legitimate users with an authorized reason to access the data can do so. When it comes to planning and implementing security, there are multiple approaches that an organization can take. Both the compliance-based and the risk-based, whereas they are very different, are both viable options and can work well for an organization. And the ad hoc-based is something that is very haphazard and we want to avoid. Let's first look at the compliance-based approach. Depending on the industry that a company is in, there may be laws, regulations, or standards that they must adhere to when it comes to IT security. For example, a company that deals with medical information must adhere to the HIPAA security standard. Any educational institution must adhere to the FERPA security standard. These are not optional. These are regulated and these are mandated. So sometimes these are known as checklist-based approaches. Because when you're implementing things like HIPAA and FERPA, the organization cannot cherry pick what parts of it they want to implement and what parts they don't. They absolutely need to hit the checklist and implement every bit of security in exactly the right way, and they need to be able to prove that they're in compliance with that security. Another valid security approach is the risk-based. In this case, there isn't a regulation, a law, or a standard dictating the security that must be implemented, but the IT security staff is looking for risks. By our definition, a risk is something bad that could happen that could cause harm or loss of an asset. How likely is that thing to happen, and what would be the impact if it did happen? As an organization does risk analysis and they identify these risks, they can implement some type of a security solution or mitigation to reduce the likelihood of that risk occurring or to reduce the impact if that risk does occur to an acceptable level. The final approach is the ad hoc based approach. This is a very haphazard and disorganized approach to implementing security. The ad hoc based approach basically is when an organization implements different types of security without any rationale or overarching plan. Maybe the network admin installs something that they saw online when they read an article stating it was a good idea. Maybe they've taken advice from a vendor and the vendor is saying, you should buy our new firewall. It will fix all of your problems. Basically, this tends to happen in smaller organizations where there is a IT person or network admin with very little practical security background, and they just don't have the knowledge and the experience to plan security properly. There's an important relationship between security and usability that you need to understand. These two principles have an inverse relationship. For example, the more plug-and-play, user-friendly, and convenient a technology is to the end user, generally the less secure it tends to be. On the flip side, the more locked down and secure a technology, the less user-friendly and convenient it tends to be for the end users. We can't have this out of balance. If we have too much usability, the end users are going to have a very easy time to use it. It's going to be very convenient, but absolutely insecure. On the other hand, we could double down on security, but in that case, we might lock it down too much, which makes it too difficult to use, and therefore the end users can't use the technology to meet the objectives or the tasks they need it to do. We always need to make sure that we're balancing things so that they're as secure as possible while still being usable by the end users and making sure the end users can complete the tasks that they need to complete. The final thing I want to cover in this video is some key terminology that you need to know about IT security. None of these terms are difficult or overly technical, but you absolutely need to memorize these terms and understand the definitions and the nuanced differences between some of these. Let's begin with an asset. An asset is anything of value to you or your organization that you're going to apply security to protect. Things like data, devices, software, servers, and the like. Next, we have a vulnerability. A vulnerability is a weakness or a flaw, usually in hardware or software, that an attacker can use to compromise your security. Next, we have an exploit. If the vulnerability is the weakness or the flaw that can be compromised, the exploit is the method or the tool used to take advantage of that vulnerability. It could be a program, a script, a technique, or a tool, but it's how the vulnerability is compromised. Next, we have a threat. A threat is anything that can cause harm or loss to an asset. We often think of people like hackers as threats, and that is absolutely true, but other things can be threats as well, like malicious software, viruses, and other malware. Also, natural disasters, things like earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and fire can do damage to our assets as well. Next, we have an attack. The attack is the instance or the action of somebody trying to compromise your security. For example, if I'm an attacker, when I sit down at my keyboard and I start using an exploit to take advantage of a vulnerability to compromise your security, me sitting down and doing that is the instance of the attack. Next, we have a threat actor, which is a person or a ability to
I feel like there should be a tag in here. I'm just going to edit because it's not. It's missing.
compromise your security, me sitting down and doing that is the instance of the attack. Next, we have a threat actor, which is a person or a group that poses a threat, and they're intending on carrying out an attack. You might be thinking a threat actor sounds awfully similar to a threat, and it is. Remember, a threat could be malicious software, a person, or a natural disaster, whereas the threat actor is only focusing on the human or person aspect of that. Next, we have a target. For an attacker to attack you, they have to have a goal in mind. What are they trying to accomplish? What data are they trying to get to? That is their target. Next, we have an attack vector. That is a path or a method that a threat actor uses to launch an attack. For example, let's say that I'm a bad guy and I write a backdoor Trojan and I attach it to an email and I send it to a bunch of people on a corporate network. If somebody double clicks that attachment and it installs that backdoor Trojan on their system, email in that example was the attack vector because that was the methodology I used to launch the attack. And risk we've already discussed. Risk is what bad could happen to an asset that might cause harm or loss, how likely is it to happen, and what would be the impact if it did happen. Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video specifically focusing on vulnerabilities. A vulnerability is a weakness or a flaw that can cause a compromise of security. In this video, we're going to look at several vulnerabilities that are common in IT networks, talk about how they compromise security, and what we can do to improve that security and fix those vulnerabilities. Let's begin this conversation by looking at unpatched, also known as unupdated software. All kinds of software have flaws and vulnerabilities. And in IT networks, we tend to deal with three types of software. Device firmware, which is the embedded software on a device like a router, a switch, or a wireless access point. Operating systems for all devices, whether that be servers, laptops, desktops, or mobile devices like tablets and phones. And individual software applications, whether that be for a computer or for your mobile device. Every type of software, when it was not written perfectly. The programmers did the best job that they could, and they wrote good applications, but as time goes on, attackers find creative ways to find loopholes or vulnerabilities in that software that they can use to compromise security. As companies who produce this software become aware of these vulnerabilities, they have programmers on staff who are writing updates, also known as patches, that close these vulnerabilities, fix these loopholes, and make the software as secure as possible. Sounds simple enough, but it only works if you actually bother to download it and install it. And it's amazing how often people overlook and do not do that. Some best practices. First, never deploy a new device on your network without first checking to see if there is a firmware update. And even once you deploy that device, you want to be checking for firmware updates for those devices on a regular basis. Operating systems on all systems, whether it be a server, desktop, laptop, mobile device, it doesn't matter. When operating system updates come out, most of those updates are security related. We absolutely want to be installing those updates on a regular basis. Lastly, don't forget about individual software applications, whether that's Microsoft Office or Chrome, some app on your tablet or phone. They can be attack vectors, and vulnerabilities in those application software can be used to compromise your security. So simply update early and update often. Next, we have default passwords and weak passwords. By default passwords, we are referring to the passwords that come pre-configured on a new device as it comes out of the box. These default passwords are commonly well known, easily guessable, and easily searchable online. We never want to deploy a new device on our network without first changing that default password to something that is unique and difficult to guess. Next, let's look at weak passwords. Now, when I say weak passwords, I'm referring to passwords that are created by the end user for logging into a company asset or computer. And left to their own devices, most users are going to create short, simple passwords that they never change. Why? They're easy to remember. The problem is they're also easy to compromise. There are three types of attacks on passwords we want to circumvent, and those are password guessing, brute force attack, and dictionary attack. Password guessing is when someone sits at your computer when you are not there and they are randomly trying passwords that they think may be your password. If a user creates a very short, simple password, as well as one that may contain personally identifiable information, guessing it is relatively simple. A short, simple password is easy to spot over someone's shoulder as they're typing it in. If the end user is using personally identifiable information, Things like the name of their significant other, birthday, anniversary dates, children's names, children's birth dates, pets' names. Most employees might know that about each other, either based on their talking by the water cooler or by perusing the user's social media account. Brute force attack and dictionary attacks are basically password cracking software that's going to try many passwords until it finally guesses the right one. The difference between the two is the approach that they take. A brute force attack will literally try every random combination of uppercase and lowercase letters, as well as numbers and symbols, until it finally guesses the right one. A dictionary attack is a similar type of password cracking software, but rather than trying random combinations, it's going to have a predefined list of common passwords and variations of common passwords. In order to secure our authentication process and make sure that our users are implementing strong and effective passwords, we need to implement and enforce a strong password policy. There are several characteristics that make a password a strong password. First is length. Shorter passwords are easier to crack, so we want to have a decent length to the password. 8 characters should be the absolute minimum that you should recommend, and ideally 10 to 12 would probably be better. Be mindful though, making it too long actually weakens security rather than enhancing it. Imagine you made it a minimum of 25 characters. No person can remember that, so you're almost forcing the user to circumvent security, write down their password, stick it on a Post-it note, put it on their monitor, under their keyboard, or under their mousepad. You can make things so secure that it actually weakens security. So 8 as minimum, 10 to 12 would be ideal. Second, we want passwords to meet a certain level of complexity. There are 4 types of characters in a password: uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. Ideally, we want to enforce that at least 3 of those 4 character types are used. We would like to encourage users to not use personally identifiable information that could be found on their social media account. We also want to force users to change passwords on a regular basis. Now, no user likes changing their password, but the fact is, the longer a password is being used, the more likely it's been compromised. So whether it's every 60, 90, 120, or 180 days, based on your organization's security policy, we want to enforce making the user change it on a regular basis. Probably the last and arguably most important of these is an account lockout policy. An account lockout policy dictates that if a user enters a password incorrectly a specific number of times within a certain time frame, it stops the authentication process and it locks them out for a while. Example, we can set up an account lockout that says if a user enters a password incorrectly more than 5 times within 10 minutes, it locks them out for 10 minutes. Keep in mind that the account lockout policy isn't designed to penalize the legitimate user. It's meant to circumvent password guessing, brute force attacks, and dictionary attacks from being successful. For any of these 3 to work, it requires a large number of authentication attempts in a row. If we block it at no more than 5 attempts before the account is locked out, these are very unlikely to be successful. Next, let's look at personal devices being used on the corporate network. Some companies allow their employees to bring personal cell phones and tablets and use them on the company network. At a minimum, some companies allow the end users to join the wireless network in order to access the internet on their personal devices during their breaks or their lunch hour. That alone can be problematic. If the personal device contains malware or other viruses, it could easily spread to the rest of the network. Some companies go as far as allowing the employees to use those personal devices to do work tasks and to access confidential company information. In that case, it's very problematic if that device is not properly secured. Things to consider: is the device requiring authentication? Does it require a fingerprint, a facial recognition scan, or a PIN number, or can anyone pick it up and use it? What if that device is lost or stolen? Is the internal storage encrypted to protect the data? Can we remotely wipe it if need be? Does it automatically wipe if somebody enters the authentication password incorrectly too many times in a row? An intelligent company isn't going to trust that the end user is doing these things. They might insist that if the user wants to use the personal device, they need to install something called mobile device management. Think of that as being a small client application that is installed on the device that either allows the internal IT security team to at least check the security configuration to allow or not allow the device on the network, or maybe even limited remote access to that device in order to configure the minimum level of security necessary. Let's look at a 0-day next. Keep in mind that most security software like antivirus or security appliances like an IDS or an IPS don't instinctively know what threats to look for. They need to phone home every day and download updates, sometimes called signature files or pattern files, that inform the application or device what problems or threats to look for. A zero-day attack is a brand new vulnerability or exploit that the companies that make these updates are not yet aware of. Therefore, as the security software or security appliance downloads the daily updates, there's nothing in the update about this new threat or attack. That means that that application or security appliance very likely will not catch it, and that can cause a lot of problems. Unfortunately, there's not a lot that we can do about that, but the one thing that we can do is implement an intrusion prevention system. Yes, IPSs do phone home every day for updates of known updated attacks, but many of them can also learn what normal behavior is on a device or on a network, and they can create a baseline of that normalcy. And then if they see any activity that is contrary to that baseline, they can red flag it as being problematic. As an IT professional, too often when we think of security, we think of technological security. Things like antivirus, anti-malware, firewalls, intrusion detection, prevention, and the like. And all of that is fantastic, but we often overlook physical security. We do not want to allow non-IT employees or visitors to the organization to have access to our IT resources. Why? If they have physical access, they can usually circumvent the technological security. For example, all it would take is someone picking up an external hard drive with a backup data, slipping it in their jacket, and taking it home. Even if that drive is password protected or encrypted, it's not a matter of if they break it, it's a matter of when they break it. So we absolutely want to avoid having our valuable IT assets out in the open. We want to put them in a dedicated, segregated space. In a large company, that could be a very high-tech data center. In a small company, that could be a locked broom closet. Either way, we want to segregate that IT equipment so it's not accessible to the general public or non-IT employees, and we want to control access to that equipment by having locked doors. The next thing to be mindful of is misconfigured firewall rules or just misconfigured security configurations in general. Keep in mind, technology does what we tell it to do, not what we wanted it to do. Think about a firewall. A firewall takes a packet and it compares it to a set of rules, and it's either going to allow it or deny it based on that set of rules. If those rules weren't written properly, if those rules weren't well thought out, if those rules are applied in the incorrect order, it's not going to do the job that we need it and expect it to do. Some things to watch out for are overly permissive rules. These are rules that are allowing things to pass that should be denied. That's a major security issue. Overly restrictive rules, denying things that should be permitted. That's not a security issue, but it certainly is a functionality issue. Inconsistent rules that contradict each other. This is very common in an environment with multiple IT admins, and a person making a new rule does not go back and check the other rules that other people have made to make sure that their new rule does not conflict with an existing rule. Even if all the rules were well thought out and perfectly created, if they're applied in the incorrect order, it's still going to be problematic. Understand that when a packet comes into a firewall, it compares the packet to the criteria in the first rule. If it doesn't match, it's going to check the next rule, and so on and so forth. But when it finds a rule where the criteria matches, that rule is applied, allow or deny, and then it no longer looks at other rules. So this could be problematic. Imagine that we have an overly permissive rule as the first rule in the list. That means almost every packet is going to be allowed through, and all of the more restrictive rules below that overly permissive rule won't even be evaluated. The best way to deal with this is to take your time, plan ahead, think through what you're doing, and properly test the solution after you implement it. Let's next look at insecure or outdated protocols. By our definition, an insecure protocol is anything that transmits data over the network in an unencrypted state. The problem with unencrypted traffic is if someone is able to intercept it, it's in clear text, it's easily readable, and that compromises the confidentiality of the information and data. We want to replace those outdated unencrypted insecure protocols with their more secure encrypted counterparts. We always want to be encrypting our data in transit so that if it it is intercepted, it's useless to the person who intercepts it because they don't have the decryption key. Even when we're using protocols that are encrypted, we need to make sure that we're not using outdated protocols. Good example would be wireless security. WEP and WPA are encryption protocols for wireless, but by today's standards, they are weak and they're easily broken. We don't want to be implementing those. We want to implement the much newer and much stronger encryption in either WPA2 or WPA3. Lastly, I want to discuss applying user rights and permissions. By definition, a user right is an action a user can take on the system. Do they have the right to log in? Do they have the right to shut the system down? Do they have the right to install software? Access control permissions are what resources like files, folders, and printers is somebody allowed to access, not allowed to access, and if they are allowed to access them, what level of access? Is it read-only? Can they edit it? Can they delete it? We can get very granular and very specific in how we apply permissions. When we are applying user rights and permissions to a user, we always want to follow the principle of least privilege. That states that we only want to give users the minimum level of rights and permissions required for them to do their job. Absolutely nothing more. It is always better to err on the side of being too conservative in the rights and permissions we assign, rather than being too liberal with the rights and permissions we assign. If we discover someone cannot do their job due to lack of permissions, it's very easy to give them more. But if we've given them too many to start with, we are compromising the confidentiality and the integrity of the data and the system. Because once somebody sees something or interacts with something that they shouldn't, we cannot undo that. That damage is already done. Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video specifically focusing on attacker types. When looking at attacker types, the first way that you can categorize them is internal versus external threats. This dotted line represents the perimeter of our local area network or our private network. Any attack that happens from within that barrier would be considered an internal threat, and anything that originates...
One second.
outside of that barrier and comes in through the internet connection would be an external threat. There's a bit of an outdated mindset in security that has changed over the last few years that used to believe that anything on the internal network should be trusted by default. No security incidents or attacks could originate there, and we really didn't need robust security within our network. The belief was most, if not all, threats were external and they would come in through the perimeter of the network, and therefore we needed incredibly strong perimeter security. Experience led people to finally learn that that mindset was not true, that a lot of security incidents, whether they be malicious and intentional or absolutely accidental, actually did originate from within the internal network. So we now have something that we call zero trust. This updated mindset in IT security now assumes that the location of a user or a device no longer dictates its level of security. Even on the internal private network, every user and every device is not trusted by default, but instead it is verified and security is always implemented and maintained. As you learn about various types of attackers, it can be very beneficial for you to understand some of their motivations as to why they launched the attack in the first place. This is not an all-inclusive list, but it is a highlight of the most common motivations. The first is money or profit. Many attackers do it for personal gain. They may be breaking into your network to steal personally identifiable information for identity theft, or stealing intellectual property that they can sell to the competition. Or they could be infecting the internal network with a ransomware virus, which will encrypt all of the data on all of the devices and therefore lock the company out from their data. And then the attacker can charge money for the decryption key. Sometimes people do it simply for recognition or bragging rights. Other people do it because they have a social or political agenda. Some people do it for revenge. This is incredibly common with internal threats. If you have a disgruntled employee who didn't get the raise or the promotion that they felt they deserved, maybe they dislike their direct supervisor, maybe they've heard through the grapevine that they're up for a layoff on the next round of reduction in force. Whatever the reason may be, they have a grudge with the company and they want to get even while they still have access. We have espionage. By our definition, that is any time that someone steals intellectual property and then sells it. And then we have cyber warfare. This may be the scariest of them all. Just imagine the damage that would happen if a hacker group was to attack our critical infrastructure, like the power grid, and made a major US city go dark in the middle of January for a week. Not only would the financial impact of that be immense, but it would probably cost loss of life and a lot of chaos. Hackers come in many varieties, but there are 4 specific types of hackers that we want you to know about for this class. The first type is a white hat hacker. For a lack of a better term, these are the good guys. These are highly trained, highly skilled IT professionals who specialize in penetration testing and ethical hacking, and they often work for a third-party consulting company that'll be hired by an organization in order to breach their network, with permission of course, and to identify the weaknesses in that network and help the company fix them and make their security more robust before a malicious bad actor takes advantage of these vulnerabilities. Next, we have black hat hackers. These, for lack of a better term, are the bad guys. They are equally as highly skilled and trained as the white hats, but they use those hacking skills for nefarious purposes and personal gain. These are the hackers who are breaching your network to steal personally identifiable information for identity theft, or stealing intellectual property to sell to your competition, infecting your networks with ransomware and charging you for the decryption key. These people are absolutely breaking the law, and they do a lot of damage and cause a lot of issues in the IT world. Next, we have the gray hat hackers. For lack of a better term, these are the wannabe good guys. They are people who do not have anywhere near the training and the skills of the white hat or black hats, but they generally hack with good intention. For example, they might decide to try to breach a company network, not with the intention of stealing anything or doing anything nefarious, but they're trying to identify the weaknesses in a company's network. Then maybe they have good intentions and they're going to tell the company about it so they can fix it. The issue is the gray hats do not have permission to do this, therefore they are absolutely breaking the law. And since they're not anywhere near as highly trained as the white or the black hats, they often end up doing a great deal of damage to the network because they don't have the knowledge and the skill not to. Lastly, we have a hacktivist. A hacktivist is a hacker who engages in hacking activity to promote a social or a political agenda. Now, whether you consider these white, black, or gray hats is up for debate, but there is no debate in the fact that they are absolutely breaking the law when they perform their hacking activities. Next, we have a script kiddie. These are non-skilled wannabe hackers. These are people who usually hack out of entertainment, curiosity, maybe bragging rights, but they do not have any formal training or skill, and they do not have the ability to create custom exploits. They simply use freely downloadable, mainly automated tools and scripts in order to do an automated hack. This may get them into a weakly secured network, but it certainly will not get them into a highly secured network. Next, we have nation states. A nation state is any foreign government that sponsors hackers to perform bad behavior online. For example, the foreign government might sponsor hackers to do espionage, where those foreign hackers are trying to breach American companies in order to steal intellectual property to give the foreign government an advantage in a business sense. They may be having those hackers try to breach a political or military site in order to achieve military or political advantage. And the most scary of all is those foreign countries may be sponsoring hackers to attack our critical infrastructure. Again, good example was that city that I talked about earlier in the video, where imagine the chaos, the financial loss, and the loss of life that would occur if hackers compromised the power grid of a major US city and made it go black or dark for an entire week. Many organizations realize the best way to ensure that you have the best security possible is to test that security and to see if there's any weaknesses or vulnerabilities that exist that need to be rectified before a malicious bad actor compromises that company's security. They often do this by conducting a IT security exercise. The organization does this by contracting with a third-party security consultant company, generally made up of a bunch of ethical white hat hackers who specialize in penetration testing, and they hire them to be the red team. The red team plays offense. They are the ones trying to identify the weaknesses, the vulnerabilities, and breach the network to see what they're able to get access to. The blue team is the internal IT team or internal IT security team. Their job is to play defense. They want to circumvent the red team and keep the red team from successfully breaching the network. And then we have the white team. The white team can be referred to as the referees. Keep in mind, before the red team or the blue team start this exercise, rules of engagement have been written. Both sides have read and agreed to those rules. Everyone has signed the contract, and the white team is who makes those rules. And then during the actual IT security exercise itself, the white team is going to monitor both the red and the blue team to ensure everyone is adhering to the pre-agreed upon rules of engagement. Lastly, we have the purple team. This is really the combination of red, blue, and white as an after-action report or meeting. This is where everyone gets together and they discuss what was learned through this IT security exercise. What vulnerabilities or weaknesses were discovered? How can those issues be resolved or mitigated in order to strengthen the network to the highest possible level? Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video focusing specifically on common threats and attacks. Attacks can be categorized into one of two types, a passive attack or an active attack. Passive attacks are basically all about gathering information without doing any damage.
That's what I'm talking about. Hold up. Okay, my mouse is moving like standard movement. Look how much my mouse is moving. That's the speed. And I go into the Word app and then all of a sudden it's like super fast. I'm doing the same movement and it's so much faster. Look how much more I'm like almost going across the full app. Whereas and it carries since I'm focused on the window app, so it's so fast across everything. But then I exit the Word app, unfocus it to literally anything else. And look at that. Barely moving like an inch and a half. Same mouse movement, now here, same mouse movement. It's so much faster. This is messing up my... What is up with this? I have to uninstall and reinstall Word. Should I do that? I just started this video. Should I do it now or wait? Maybe wait. Maybe finish this.
To the network. The attacker is monitoring network traffic, probably using some type of a packet sniffing type application, and basically they're eavesdropping to see what information and data they can gather. Maybe they can gather some personally identifiable information for identity theft. Maybe they can capture some login credentials that might help them in an active attack later. Either way, this is a very low-key attack, and this can often go on for a while without the IT or security team being aware.
My mic though is picking up the audio. So is it like double playing? Let me check. Let me see how it sounds like. Let me mute the stream so it doesn't like play back. Okay.
And WPA are encryption protocols for wireless, but by today's standards, they are weak. They're identifiable information for identity theft or stealing intellectual property to sell to your competition, infecting your networks with ransomware and charging you for the decryption key. These people are absolutely breaking the law. And they do a lot of damage.
Well, it's not actually. Well, it's not double playing back, so I feel like it's fine. You see the quality? I got that 4K, baby. 4K 60p. or 60p. What am I saying? 4K 60 FPS. That's what I'm talking about. Stable volume. What's that? Can't even turn it on. Doesn't matter. Let me full screen it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the 4K stream is a big difference. Okay, so I think it's fine. Should be fine. Although it's showing feedback, but for some reason, it's not.
Because red flags don't always go off in this type of attack. Active attacks, on the other hand, are much more aggressive. These are attacks where someone is trying to breach the network, disrupt services, cause issues or damage to the network. Some examples include denial of service attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, SQL injection attacks, and the like. These tend to be noticed by the IT and security teams more quickly because red flags tend to go off when this type of attack is occurring. If an attacker is going to attack a network, usually they have a goal in mind. These are a few examples of some of the purposes or the goals of the attack. First is denial of availability. The attacker is trying to cause a disruption of service to something on the network. Things like denial of service attacks, distributed denial of service attacks, and ransomware. The second one would be data modification. This is where the attacker is going in and changing data within the network for some reason to benefit them. Third, we have data export exfiltration. That's a fancy IT way of saying stealing information. They may be trying to steal personally identifiable information for identity theft, login credentials, intellectual property, something that they can use for a profit. Lastly, we have a launch point. A lot of initial attacks basically are creating a launch point. For example, say that an attacker sends a backdoor Trojan virus via an email attachment to people on the network. If someone double clicks that and it installs that backdoor Trojan, now that attacker has persistent access into that one computer whenever they would like it. It allows them to use that computer as a launch point to search the network for other targets and assets and to then use that computer to forge its attack. Different types of attacks are going to have different phases of the attack, but for a breaching type attack, this is a common progression. First, the attacker is doing reconnaissance and probing. This is information gathering. What you see on TV about some hacker hacking into a secure network in under a minute, that is movie magic. That does not happen in reality. It takes a lot of time, effort, and information gathering in order to launch an attack, and that is the first step. Second,
okay, one second, because it's saying I have a package that came like a couple days ago, and I have not seen it, so I have to go look for it in case it was taken. Hopefully it wasn't. So I will be back in like 5 minutes.
Once they have that information gathered, they can actually do the gaining of the access. That is actually breaching the network to get inside. Once they get inside, they want to maintain that access as long as they can so they can keep coming back in order to discover new things that they can steal. In order to maintain that access, they might do things like installing backdoors into the network, changing certain configurations, doing what is necessary to give them persistent access. Lastly, they need to cover their tracks. If the IT and security team become aware of their presence, they are likely to not maintain that attack. So they might do things like changing logs or altering other information on the network to hide their activity so it does not become obvious that they are in the network, therefore they can maintain that access longer. Next, we're going to look at several specific attacks, look at how they work, and what we can do to try to mitigate them. The first one would be wiretapping. This is where an attacker is trying to eavesdrop on the network to gather information. This can happen on both a wired and a wireless network. On a wireless network, anyone within signal range of the access point or wireless router can capture the data floating through the air. We can't stop them from doing that. But if we implement strong encryption like WPA2 or WPA3, whatever they capture is in an unreadable format. As far as wired networks are concerned, the attacker needs physical access to the wire to either splice into the wire or put a listening device adjacent to the wire. If we implement good physical security and the attacker cannot get to the wiring in the first place, it mitigates the issue. Next, we have port scanning. Remember, every network service, function, or network-aware application listens on a port. And port scanning is when an attacker uses a port scanning software like Nmap to scan one or more remote computers, and basically it sends a request to every common, well-known port to see what comes back as open. Anything that comes back as open, that means that that service, function, or network-aware application is installed and it is actively listening for a connection. That information is incredibly valuable to the attacker because that tells them what services and what applications are running on the remote system. Once they know that, they can do some research to find out what vulnerabilities or attacks those services or applications are susceptible to. The best mitigation against a port scanning attack is a packet filtering firewall. We can filter out all ports except those that we absolutely need so that it blocks the scan from the attacker. Next, we have several attacks that utilize spoofing. Spoofing is when an attacker impersonates some other device by utilizing that other device's IP address or MAC address and passing it off as their own. An example of this would be a man-in-the-middle attack. For example, let's say that your web browser wants to speak to a web server. Generally speaking, they want to authenticate each other and trust each other before they do communication. If I'm the man in the middle, if I can intercept the communication between the two parties, I can spoof the server's MAC address or IP address to your system to trick your system into thinking I am the server. I can then utilize your computer's information and represent it to the server to trick them into thinking I am you. Once both sides think I am the other side, all traffic flows through me, which allows me to gather information and or manipulate and change the data in transit. Another attack is ARP poisoning. When you hear the word ARP, I want you to think of MAC addresses. It's the mapping of MAC addresses. Your computer has an ARP table, and switches also have an ARP table, and it helps these devices determine how to forward traffic to the intended recipient. When an attacker is doing ARP poisoning, they are sending incorrect MAC address mapping information either to a computer or to a switch in order to disrupt normal communication. ARP poisoning is also often used to trick a switch into redirecting traffic out the port that is connected to the attacker, even though that traffic should not be sent to the attacker. This allows them to monitor network traffic and to steal information. Next, we have several attacks that are considered to be denial of service attacks. A denial of service attack essentially is where the attacker either aims to crash a victim's computer or to flood it with so much useless traffic that it eats up all the victim computer's system resources like CPU, RAM, disk, and network bandwidth to the point where it overloads it and it slows it down to a crawl. A ping of death is where the attacker sends the victim one malformed and oversized ping packet in hopes that the victim's computer's operating system can't handle it and therefore will crash. Before we look at the ping flood and the Smurf attack, let's talk about the difference between a denial of service attack and a distributed denial of service attack. In a regular denial of service attack, the attacker uses a single computer to bombard the victim with traffic. In a distributed denial of service attack, the attacker is no longer using only a single computer to launch the attack. Instead, they are using a large number of computers in order to amplify the attack. A ping flood, which is an example of a regular denial of service attack, is where the attacker is using one computer to bombard the victim's computer with a high volume of ping requests with some bogus return address in hopes that it's going to overload the victim's computer, use up all the system resources, and either crash the system or slow it down to a crawl. A Smurf attack, which is an example of a distributed denial of service attack, the attacker is no longer sending the ping requests directly to the victim. Instead, it is sending that request to what's known as a broadcast IP address. That essentially means that that ping request is going to go to every single computer on a large network, and the attacker has spoofed the return address to be that of the victim. So now all of the computers that heard that ping request are going to be bombarding the victim computer with replies. Again, the goal of this is to amplify the attack and therefore crash or slow the victim computers down even more so than a regular denial of service attack. The best way to mitigate any of these attacks is with a packet filtering firewall. With a packet filtering firewall, we can filter by protocol. In this case, the ICMP protocol. If we block all incoming ICMP traffic, ping no longer works. If ping doesn't work, none of these attacks work. Next, we have a SQL injection attack and a buffer overflow attack. In a SQL injection attack, an attacker is trying to take remote control of a database, or at least get more information returned to them from the database than they legitimately should have. They do this by entering SQL executable code into a text input box rather than entering regular text. A buffer overflow attack is when an attacker enters text that is too large to fit within a region of RAM memory that is called a buffer. The goal there is if it spills over into other memory locations, the attacker can retrieve information that was stored in those other memory locations. Next, we have social engineering. This is actually a very large topic. There are entire textbooks that have been written about this, but in a nutshell, it is where an attacker is trying to take advantage of a user or employee in order to trick them into allowing them to gain access to the network, or at least providing information that will aid the attacker in a breach of the network. Breaching a well-secured network takes a lot of time, effort, and information gathering to be successful. It is often easier to trick a person into providing access or information than doing the breach manually. You may be thinking, well, I would never fall for that. Well, social engineers are very smooth. They've had a lot of practice and they've learned to play on people's sympathy or intimidation in order to get what they want. The best way to combat this is end user security awareness training. We need to learn what ploys and tactics social engineers are going to use. We need to train our employees to spot these and then not to fall victim to them. You may have heard of a computer virus or spyware, a Trojan horse, or ransomware. These are all examples of malicious code that we call malware. Malware is any malicious code that does something on your system that you don't want it to. This class does not require you to learn the nuanced differences between all of these, but we do want you to understand that this is a major problem for IT security, and we need to be able to protect our networks and our users from malware. To accomplish this is really a two-pronged approach. First, having proper software to identify and block malware, and second, to train our users how to not get malware in the first place. Let's start by looking at the antivirus, anti-malware software. Every single end user device should have strong antivirus, anti-malware software installed. It should be configured for best security, and it should be downloading updates daily so that it knows what to scan for and what to block. But just having the right software alone is not enough. We also need to teach our employees how malware is spread and how to not get malware in the first place. Malware is primarily spread in three ways. First is via email attachments. Second is through removable media like thumb drives. Third is by downloading a file, a game, a screensaver, an app from an untrusted source online. Even though we may have software in place that will try to block these things, a user could circumvent that. Let me give you an example. Some user finds a cute screensaver online, decides to download it. They might see a red warning going, "Warning, this file may be infected. What do you want to do?" I think we all realize that the right answer should be stop, don't do this. But not everyone knows to do this. Some people go, well, the screensaver is really cute. I want it. Hit yes. Well, the software did its job. The user circumvented it. This is why end user training is so critical. The last topic for this video is phishing. Phishing is a type of an attack that uses email. And generally speaking, an attacker, a social engineer, is trying to trick a user into doing one of two things. Either first, they're trying to trick them into double-clicking an attachment, which is most likely malware. Or they're trying to trick that user into clicking a link, which is going to take them to a website that looks legitimate, but absolutely is not. And they're trying to trick the user into entering information that is useful to the attacker. That could be login credentials, that could be personally identifiable information for identity theft. Either way, we need to be training our users about best email practices. We need to teach our users to be suspicious of email attachments. They should not just double-click and open an attachment without thinking it through first. Do they know who the attachment is from? Do they trust the source? Were they expecting the attachment? And even at that, they should download it and scan it with antivirus, anti-malware before opening it. We also need to teach them to never, and I repeat, never click a link in an email and enter information. If you need to go to a website to enter information, go to the website that is legitimate, that you have bookmarked. Do not trust the link in the email.
Two more. Missing honeypot?
Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video specifically focusing on risk mitigation and response. In order for an organization to be able to identify...
I missed this one. I gotta go back. What do you say about it?
Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video focused...
Also, now my pointer speed is messed up, but now I noticed that at least I know what the issue is, so I'll fix it once I'm done with the videos, but I think I can go back to like fast now. Because that's what I was on. That's what yeah, this is like fine. But on here it's crazy fast. I don't know what's going on with this app. Bugged. Okay, let's see. This was... They got chapters here. Social engineering. It doesn't really give a good definition, but whatever. Let's see, where is it? Here. I'm gonna do this. attacks a person rather than computer or network. E.g. phishing or impersonation. Okay, got that one. Now we can go, this one.
Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video specifically focusing on risk mitigation and response. In order for an organization to be able to identify what needs to be secured and how it needs to be secured, they need to do something called a risk analysis. By our definition, a risk is any potential thing that could happen to an asset that would cause either harm or loss of that asset. How likely is that event to occur, and what would be the impact if it did occur? Once an organization has identified these risks, they can take one of four responses to that risk. They can either avoid it, accept it, mitigate it, or transfer it. Let's look at each of these individually so that you understand the differences between them. Risk avoidance is where an organization discovers a risk and it's either not practical or cost effective to fix that issue, and therefore they resolve it by simply stop using whatever's causing the risk in the first place. For example, if there was a server on the network that was at end of life, it was causing a risk, they may shut down that server, decommission it, and simply never use it again. This is the only way to reduce a risk to absolute zero and negate the risk altogether. Risk acceptance is where an organization discovers a risk, and again, it's either not practical or cost effective to fix the issue, but the likelihood of that event happening is low, and the financial impact if it did occur is low. And sometimes it might cost more to fix the issue than if the issue actually occurred. The organization will accept the risk, do nothing to fix it, and just continue using whatever that product is and see what happens. Risk mitigation is probably the most common response to a risk. Risk mitigation is where an organization deploys some type of an IT security solution. That could be anything from implementing a firewall, an IDS, an IPS, anti-malware software. Anytime a security solution is implemented in order to reduce the likelihood of the risk occurring or the impact if the risk event did occur. Now realize mitigation is going to lower the chances or lower the impact, but it's never going to completely take it to absolute zero. It will not negate the risk. It'll just reduce the likelihood and the impact to an organization's acceptable level. Lastly, we have risk transfer. This concept is basically buying insurance so that if the risk event does occur and there's a financial impact, that impact cost is shifted to the third party, the insurance company, rather than coming out of pocket from the organization. Ideally, an organization wants to have robust enough security in place that a potential breaching attack is not successful. But unfortunately, sometimes it is successful, and the attacker does end up breaching the network, and therefore the company or organization wants to have something in place that'll act as a decoy or a attraction to the attacker that is not of value. That is where a honeypot comes into play. This is part of a network implemented by the internal IT team to look like a valuable target and a highly valuable asset that's going to entice the attacker into exploring it rather than exploring the rest of the network that actually does contain the valuable assets. This is really meant to do several things. First, it's meant to be a distraction so that the attacker focuses on the honeypot, not the rest of the network. Two, it's designed to buy time for the internal IT team and security team to become aware of the incident and to stop or halt the attack. And three, assuming the attacker is staying in the honeypot and they're not breaching off into other aspects of the network, sometimes the internal IT or security team will allow that attacker to stay active in the breach or the attack in order to monitor them and learn what they're doing and how they're doing it, so they can use that for potential mitigation in the future and learn how to close whatever vulnerabilities that attacker is using. Whereas an organization wants to do everything possible to prevent an attack or a breach, unfortunately, it's not a matter of if, it's often a matter of when. So a company needs to be prepared for this and to know what to do in the event of a security incident or attack. One of the best ways to do that is to develop a security response plan. Think about this as a preemptive what-if scenario. What could happen? If it did happen, what would we do about it? And I mean exactly what would we do? What steps would we take? What would be the procedure for doing it? What order would we do it in? Who would do what? Think about it as being a roadmap as to how to deal with a particular attack or incident if it happens. Once these security plans are written, they need to be tested to make sure that they're valid. So often an organization will do a fire drill where they actually simulate the attack, and then they follow the steps in the security response plan to make sure everything is covered and fix any issues or problems with the plan. This also gives the IT and security team practice so that if it ever does happen in reality, they're not learning as they go, and they're going to perform well under pressure during an actual attack. Depending on the type of attack, the response may be different, but there are generally some overarching key goals of a response that an organization wants to achieve. And those are containing the damage from the attack. They want to make sure that the attack does not spread to the rest of the network. They want to remove the threat. They want to clean up the damage, and they want to implement some kind of a control to prevent it happening again. Let me give you a real-world example. Some attacker creates a virus and attaches it to an email and sends it to many people on the internal IT network. Someone double-clicks that attachment and their computer starts becoming infected with malware. The first concern is we don't want the malware on that one computer to spread to the rest of the network. The best way to do that is to quarantine the computer. That can be done simply by unplugging the twisted pair Ethernet cable or turning off the Wi-Fi adapter card. If the computer cannot talk on the network, it can't spread the virus or malware to other systems. Second, they want to remove the threat. In this example, that would be updating the anti-malware, antivirus software, performing multiple deep scans, and removing any malware or viruses that are found. The third step would be cleaning up the damage. Too often people think that by removing the threat, it automatically cleans up the damage. That is actually very much not true. We can remove every virus or malware from the system, but any files that have already been corrupted by that malware are not automatically fixed. We are very likely going to have to reinstall some system files, reinstall an operating system, reinstall some applications, and potentially get data from a backup and overwrite the corrupted or bad data on the system with its backed up known good data. Lastly, always we want to implement controls to try to prevent this from happening again. In this case, maybe it's installing better anti-malware software that would have blocked it before it got installed. It may be better end-user training to teach people to not just click on any attachment they receive without thinking it through first. Let's conclude this video with a list of some potential security best practices. First, security in depth, multiple layers of security. If you only have a single layer of security, like a perimeter firewall, and that is the only security keeping an attacker from breaching your network, what happens when they get through that single firewall? They're now inside and have access to the valuable assets. We never want to have only a single layer of security. We want not only multiple layers of security, but multiple layers of various types of security. This makes it much more difficult to breach the network. It may very well prevent unskilled people from being able to breach the network. And most importantly, it means that if an attacker gets through the first layer of defense, they have to go through multiple other layers of defense before getting to any valuable assets. This will slow the attacker down, and it will buy time for the internal IT team and security team to become aware of the incident and deal with it. Second, we want to be doing device hardening whenever possible. Remember, there's an inverse relationship between usability and convenience and security. And most devices, when they come out of the box with their pre-built configurations, favor end user usability and convenience, not security. So we often need to strengthen the security of our devices as we deploy them to make them as secure as possible while yet keeping them functioning for the end user. Malware is a major issue when it comes to security incidents. We need to make sure that we're deploying proper antivirus, anti-malware software. It's configured properly, it's updating daily, but that alone is not enough. We also need to do end-user training to make sure they understand how viruses are spread and how to avoid getting them in the first place. That leads me into my last bullet point, user awareness training. The end user is always going to be the weakest link in any IT security environment. The best way to deal with this issue is regular and proactive end-user security awareness training. We cannot expect an employee to follow security best practices if we haven't taught them what to do and how to do it. We want to be teaching them things like social engineering. How are social engineers going to try to trick them and take advantage of them, and how to not fall victim to it? Teach the user about best password practices, how to create a strong password, not sharing passwords. Teach them about email best practices. Employees should think twice before double-clicking an attachment that they do not know, trust, and expect. We need to make sure that they realize that they should not be clicking links in the email and entering in information. It's most likely a phishing attack. We want to teach them about how viruses and malware spread and how to not infect their system. Teach them about email attachments, not putting in thumb drives into their computer they do not know and trust, not downloading games, apps, screensavers, or other files from untrusted sources online. Whereas end-user awareness training isn't going to solve all problems with end-user security, it is a fantastic first step.
14 minutes with one last video. That's about 13 minutes. Cool. Perfect. That time's about right.
Welcome to confidentiality.
It's gonna be good timing. But I'm gonna do this faster. And then he never covered SecOps. I think that was supposed to be in the first video, but you never did that. Otherwise, we got everything except for these last things, which are probably gonna be in this video. So, yeah, it looks like that's everything. Okay.
Integrity and availability, also known as the CIA triad. The CIA triad is a foundational concept in IT and network security. Whereas it's fairly easy to understand what the terms are and what the terms mean, it's critical that as we design, plan, and implement security, we always look back to the CIA triad and make sure our security implementations truly meet every aspect of this critical IT concept. Before we look at each individual component of the CIA triad, it's important to realize that as IT or security administrators, we're going to be assigning user rights and permissions to users in order to access or be denied access to network and IT resources. As we're assigning those permissions, we need to keep in mind the principle of least privilege. This simply states that we do not give anyone access to anything, and that means the network, the IT systems, the servers, the applications, or the data any more than the minimum amount they need to do their job. We always want to be on the conservative side when assigning user rights and permissions, and this will help us ensure that we meet the concepts and goals of the CIA triad. Let's begin by looking at the concept of confidentiality. In essence, confidentiality is all about the secrecy and the privacy of information or data. Our goal to meet confidentiality is to ensure that data or other information is only accessible to those who are authorized to have access. Basically, we want to make sure that only authorized people can see and read the information. We absolutely want to prevent anyone who is unauthorized from seeing or reading the information. As you take either your pre-assessment or your objective assessment, you're very likely to see scenario-based questions that say what aspect of the CIA triad has been compromised in this scenario. Here's a trick for you. If anyone in that scenario was able to see or read information or data that they should not be allowed to, that is always a breach of confidentiality. There are several best practices that we can implement in order to ensure we're meeting the goals of confidentiality. The first is to make sure that we are using the principle of least privilege when assigning permissions to users. We always want to go with the only give people access to the minimum amount they need to do their job. Absolutely no more. If a person does not have a legitimate business need to see or read data, they should have absolutely no access to it whatsoever. Encryption is a fantastic way to ensure confidentiality. The entire concept of encryption is taking something that was easily readable, we call that either plain text or clear text, and then running it through an encryption algorithm, we create something that is unreadable, known as ciphertext. The only way to reverse that process is if you have the decryption key. If we use encryption for data at rest, that means while that data is stored on a hard drive, whether that's on your laptop, in your local data center, or somewhere in the cloud, as well as data in transit, meaning when data is being moved across the the network. That might be your local area private network, that could be across the internet. If we have that data in an encrypted state, if anyone who's unauthorized happens to gain access or intercept that data, it's absolutely useless to them because without the decryption key, it is not in a readable format. Whereas there are many technological ways to maintain the confidentiality of data, it's also a matter of training our end users about best data handling processes and maintaining the confidentiality of that data. Let me give you two examples. First, we need to train the employees about not making data accessible to people that it shouldn't be accessible to. For example, no one should leave a spreadsheet of critical information on their monitor and walk away from their computer. People shouldn't print out critical confidential information and leave it on their desk or crumple it up and throw it in a garbage can. That is just asking to break confidentiality. We also need to teach people how to securely delete files so that they are not recoverable. On top of that, we need to be training our users about social engineering. Remember, social engineering is when someone tries to trick a user into providing information or access to the network that they aren't supposed to have. In this case, we need to train our users how to spot social engineering ploys and how not to fall victim to them. Next, we have integrity. Integrity is all about the accuracy and the trustworthiness of data. Our goal for integrity is to ensure that only authorized users are able to modify, edit, or delete data. That's what keeps the integrity of the data intact. We absolutely want to prevent anyone who's unauthorized from modifying, editing, or deleting data. Back to what I was mentioning earlier about the pre-assessment and the objective assessment. I had mentioned that in the scenario-based questions, if the scenario depicted someone being able to read or see information or data that they shouldn't, that was always a breach of confidentiality. Same is true with integrity. If anyone in that scenario is able to modify, edit, or delete data that should not be able to, that is always a breach of integrity. There are best practices that we can implement to help ensure the integrity of information and data. First, again, the principle of least privilege. Make sure we do not give anyone the ability to edit, modify, or delete data who does not have a legitimate business reason to do so. Also, it helps greatly if we can verify the identity of the person logging in and ensure they are who they say they are before providing them the ability to edit or delete data. There's two great ways to do that. One, digital signatures, and two is utilizing multi-factor authentication. Sometimes in very critical data or information, we need a way to absolutely verify that the integrity is intact and that the information or data has not been altered in transit. A great way to accomplish this is using a one-way hash calculation like SHA-3. In this scenario, after I create the document, I would run it through a SHA-3 application on my end, and it would produce something known as a hash value. I would then send you the document as well as the hash value, and then you would take the document that you received and you would also run it through a SHA-3 algorithm. And if nothing has changed in transit and integrity is intact, the hash value that you generate will absolutely match the hash value that I sent you. On the other hand, if anything has changed in transit, as little as a space or a period, when you go to generate that hash value through that SHA-3 algorithm, the hash value that you generate will no longer match the hash value that I sent you. You will not know.
Well, hold up. If you send me the file and the hash, and the purpose of that is so that way I can check if it was modified in transit, the file. Well, if they did modify it in transit, wouldn't they just modify the hash as well and put the new hash of the modified file, so that way when they send you, because if they change the actual files, contents of the message, which includes the file, then they can change the hash. So then you would check it and be like, yeah, it matches because they gave you the right hash. So that means there's got to be something else with it. Probably some sort of... Then you wrap it, you encrypt that message with like a public key or something like that. Well, no. With the private key. No. With the public key. Or you... No, because they can use your public key. Okay, no, so you encrypt it with the public key and decrypt. Okay, so that wouldn't work. Well, maybe actually. Yeah, the person who's receiving it, you use their public key to encrypt it. Yes. Okay, there we go. That's how you do. And then you wrap that.
Know what has changed, but you will know that something has changed, and therefore integrity is not intact, and we cannot trust the contents of that data. Although we make every effort to prevent an unauthorized user from modifying, editing, or deleting data, if it should occur, we need to be able to restore the data to a state of integrity, of trustworthiness and accuracy as quickly as possible. There are two ways to do that: version control systems as well as nightly data backups. Many operating systems, including Windows, have the ability to take a snapshot of a file every time it's been edited, and you can roll back that file to previous edits. That is one way to restore integrity of a file. Another way would be to grab the last known good backup and then overwrite the questionable data with the known good data. And finally, we come to availability. This is probably the easiest to understand of the three. Availability simply means that we're ensuring that all IT resources, that means the network, the systems, the servers, the applications, and the data, are always up, functioning, and accessible to a legitimate authorized user when they need them. We absolutely want to prevent anything that causes a disruption of service or downtime. When taking the pre-assessment or the objective assessment, and you're evaluating those scenario-based questions where they ask which aspect of the CIA triad has been compromised, anytime a user goes to access anything that's not instantly available up and running, it is going to be a compromise of availability. There are some best practices that we can implement in order to help ensure availability. The first, follow the principle of least privilege when assigning user rights and permissions. For example, no end user should ever have the user right to be able to shut down a server. If you give them that right, at some point they're going to use it, and it's going to make that server unavailable. We need to be mindful of maintenance windows for doing updates, upgrades, and repairs to any IT asset. For example, sometimes we have to work nights, weekends, and holidays, even though no person in IT really cares to do this, because that is often the only time that we can take a system offline without negatively affecting availability to a large number of users. It is absolutely inevitable that something is going to break on our network, but we need to be proactive and think ahead to think about how we can compensate for something failing in order to keep our systems available. There's two good examples of this. First, we want to eliminate single points of failure by implementing redundancy. For example, in a small company, maybe they can only afford a single server. Think of a few things that could go wrong that we can proactively prevent. For example, if there's a lightning storm or a thunderstorm outside, maybe the power blips and that causes the server to reboot. We can always implement a battery backup on that server to prevent the reboot in the event of a power flicker. There are several parts on a server that are more common to fail than others, and those include power supplies and hard drives. We can plan ahead for this by building a server with two power supplies. It only needs one to run, so if one fails, the other one keeps the server up and running. We can do this with hard drives, rather than having a single hard drive that contains all of the data, and if that drive should fail, that data becomes inaccessible. We can team multiple hard drives together in a RAID array and have data copied between the drives, so that if any one drive fails, the data is still accessible. In a larger environment where the IT budget isn't quite as restrictive, we can implement something called server high availability. That simply means rather than letting a single server do a critical function on the network, team 2 or 3 servers together to do that function. That means if any one of those servers should happen to fail, the other servers are still providing the resource, and therefore the resource is available. Whereas we can do everything in our power to plan ahead and try to prevent problems, it is inevitable. We're going to have downtime sometimes. And when that happens, the key aspect is how quickly can we get things back up and running. 2 great ways to ensure a speedy recovery in the event of an issue is by creating and maintaining a good disaster recovery plan, as well as having available nightly backups that you can recover data from quickly when needed.
Let me go back to this real quick.
Triad. Let's begin by looking at the concept of confidentiality. In essence, confidentiality is all about the secrecy and the privacy of information or data. Our goal to meet confidentiality is to ensure that data or other information is only accessible to those who are authorized to have access. Basically, we want to make sure that only authorized people can see and read the information. we absolutely, in that scenario, was able to see or read information or data that they should not be allowed to, that is always a breach of confidentiality. There are several best practices that we can implement in order to ensure we're meeting.
Okay, finished. The only thing I'm missing is SecOps. That wasn't touched on at all. Let me just go back to the first video because that's the only place I could have missed it.
Welcome to Attacks, Threats, Risks, and Vulnerabilities, with this video focusing specifically on network security fundamentals. Let's begin this video by looking at authorized users. When it comes to planning and the final thing I want to cover in this video is some key terminology that's... Let's begin this video by looking at the purpose of network security. What goals protect access control permissions are the implementing security. The final thing I want to cover in this video is software that an attacker can use to compromise your security. Next, we have to take compromise. And it sounds is only trying to email
if it risk. Yeah, it's not even in here. That's like the first video. Look, they said all these devices and they didn't cover like any of them.
Welcome to Attacks, Threats.
So these are all done. So I finished those. Oh, they changed this. This is kind of new. They updated how this looks. It's like an arrow now. Interesting. What is this? Whoa. Yo, that's a lot better actually. I like that. You can't really see because I got it all blurred out, but that's kind of nice. I like that. Okay. So we finished. Let's start the break. We finished our first session. This only has 3 videos here, so, but whatever. We finished all of these. We did the fill in the blank for that, so step 1 done. Now we're gonna do this. I'm gonna try to finish all of this today, actually. We can do this. I know this one's got a long video in it. How long is this? Let's see. We've got read a short thing that's super short. Video 12 minutes, video 4 minutes, video 7 minutes, video 6 minutes, and video 40 minutes. And that's just in this section. And then there's this section. Reading. That's a lot of pages. 5 minutes, 8. Oh, maybe not. We might not be able to do this. I don't know. It's kind of a lot. Read 10 pages. Maybe. I don't know how fast this will go by. I feel like we could finish it. No, and then there's still lesson 2. Okay. Well. We'll see. We're in the break now. I've been using this app for a while, and I liked this one better because it was 100% free with more features for free, whereas this other app that seemed to be the more mainstream app had some features locked behind a paywall. But so I've used this. I want to test out the other one now to see whether or not I actually do like this one better. Because this one, I don't know if I like this thing as much. The chart thing. So I want to test it out. So we'll see. Let me go back to the other one and see what is it called? Let me just type in timer. Yeah, let me just type in timer and see. It was this one, flow. I think it was this one. And then the one I'm using now is this one. You guys can't even like see this barely. Does that make it better a little bit? This is 4.9 stars, and this is completely free. So this one's nice. What What is this? They don't got dark mode. Or do they? I feel like I'll end up still liking this one better. Maybe there is a dark mode. I'm tweaking. Appearance. There we go, dark. Nice. I like that better, actually. Maybe. There's not a lot of good colors. But anyway. It's alright, actually. I do like this one. For being free, basically. And then, what was the other thing? This one. Collects no data. So that's good. So let's go back and check out this one. This is also 4.9. It's rated higher, but this one there's a paid version. And they do collect data, but just purchases. Yeah. Which is not too bad. I don't mind. Let me download this again and let me use it for this next session, and let me use it for like this week, because I've been using the current one for a while and I like it, but there's some things I didn't like about it. So I want to see if this one has like a better usability, I guess is the right word for it. I might miss out on some features, or like I might lose features that I have with this that I might not have with this one. But we'll see. And this one, look, it has like little dots to show where you're at here. Oh, the thing about this one is this doesn't reset each day. So like if I'll pick up tomorrow, if I don't start this session, I'll pick up tomorrow 2 sessions in out of the 3 sessions. So there's 1 session, then a short break, a second session, short break, 3rd session, long break. And you can edit that, change it, you can change the session lengths, you can change the, you know, how many sessions you need, you can change how long the breaks are, you know, very customizable. Where that level of customizability in the other app you got to pay for. Like you've got some options, but more detailed options you got to pay for. So, okay. Now let's open up this one. I remember something I liked about this app. It was just very clean, I think. It's a little bit cleaner. Whoa, wait, what is this? Blocks apps and websites. Oh, so this actually blocks apps and websites too. You can integrate it while you're working sessions. That's interesting. Oh, okay, I see. This had like a box around it. I know I didn't like that. Well, let me test it a little bit. Maybe I won't like this, actually. Maybe it'll be that quick to determine that I, again, don't like it. What is it? Okay, welcome to Flow. Divide your work into sections with defined breaks. I like this. Show this window at launch. No. Okay, this is Flow. This is this one. This is this one. Okay. This also has the dots here. See, these dots are a little bit harder to see. Maybe not. Maybe because it's on dark mode. No, you see the dots that you have done are easy to see, but the ones that's not it's a little bit too hard to see. This one, easy to see. And this one has start and more options, skip, reset, show timer widget. I don't know what that is. Whoa, what is this? I don't know. Interesting. Okay. So why don't I just do it back next to each other like this? And why don't I go, hold on, before I do that, because I'm doing too many things, does this also have an app blocking feature? Track your progress. Okay, this one kind of looks like this for the day, and then the week it shows how many sessions and breaks. Customize your experience. Keep an eye on, oh, that's what this is. It's a little, okay. So either a widget or in the menu bar. I don't care about that widget, okay. This is such a good app, man. Good to this guy, man, whoever this guy is. Gilbert Gutman. Shout out to you, dog, for making it free too, and it's just a better app than the other one. So let's compare these. Let's do that, and then this one like this. You can change the size of this, okay? So this one is, well, let's see, day, week, month, year, and this is just day and week. You can go left, right, left, right, left, right, today. This one also, you can go left, one, you know, that way. Okay, let's go to day. 4, 8, 12. So I don't know how many, they call it flows. Okay. Well, we'll have to start one to see what it looks like. This one looks like this. It shows you. Okay. What does this do? Just the count. The count of things you do. And if you want the time, and if you want to export it, they're locked. This one looks like you've got the time total here free. So the other one was just going to show the counts. Maybe you can export it somewhere. I don't care about that, so I'm not even going to look for it. You've got week, month, and year. Okay. That's it. Okay, what else? Settings here. Okay, upgrade. Okay, flow duration. So the session, if they got to 90 minutes, that's all I needed. Really, that's all that matters. These are, I don't really need like oddball things like custom like this, so I don't mind that. As 90 minutes is the key. 90 and 1 hour, because anything shorter is like you're not doing anything. Okay, then the break duration, the short break and then the long break. Not too many options, but you've got enough that you need. And I actually like the 5 minutes, and this one is actually probably better. The long break, 30 or 20 or 15, 20. I don't know. What else we got? Cycle. Is this these things? How many? Can you edit those? I don't know. On the other app, you can edit. You can pick how many. 1, 2, 3, 4. Auto start. Start breaks automatically. Start flows automatically. Okay, so you can enable and disable those for free. Cycle, you have to pay to edit. I guess. I don't know what cycle is. I'm assuming it's the dots because that's the other setting I don't see. App and web blocker stats. How it works, recommend. It's nice that it's got a how it works. About flow, okay, statistics. Okay, this is kind of like a neat feature that's free. Let's click it. See, you can block apps, but if you want to block in the web specific, let's see, web blocking, some sort of like specific things on the web if you want to block it, but otherwise this is just block full apps, which most things are probably through the web, so you know, but it's there if you want it. Otherwise you have like screen time, I guess you can do that just built into Mac. Okay, so I've got these settings basically how I like it. The cycle,
I don't know if I care too much about the cycle, honestly. Like I've got it 3 on this one. Can I let me see what the appearance. Timer widget. General. Maybe it's in here. Oh yeah, okay, so this is like in 90 minutes this shows you the hours. So that's the only thing you can't configure on the one on the right. But you can pick how long the cycles are here in some sessions automatically. Disable long breaks, disable short and long breaks. Manually finish sessions and breaks. So this is all pretty cool. Show completed activity only. When enabled, sessions and breaks that were skipped will not be shown. That's actually a pretty interesting thing if you want something like that for you. You can reset, okay. And you can pick sounds. I like that one. Advanced. Reset after 30 minutes of inactivity, no. Pause timer when Mac goes to sleep. Yes, actually. Resume timer when Mac wakes up. No, I want to be able to I want this to catch. Okay, that's cool. So this has got nice settings here. What else do we have here? More settings. Let's open up more settings. Launch at login, show window at launch, reset cycle at launch, start timer at launch. Oh, scroll. Okay, scrolling. You might have missed that. If you don't see this general here, you wouldn't know there's more settings. Keyboard shortcuts, menu bar icon. Default, circular, progress bar. They're locked. So only got this one. Colored icon during break. I don't know what that's all about. Show session title is locked. You can do customized session titles. Enable commitment mode locked. Enable ticking sound locked. Notifications, allow notifications. Show motivational quotes. Let me turn that on. Where does that show? I don't know. I turned it on and it's free, so we'll see. So the thing that I don't like about this one is that there's just an outline in the timer, which means that the timer text is just smaller, and if it's in the menu bar, it's already kind of like small enough. So I just kind of like it cleaner on this other one. But I also like that it's kind of like it's 90 minutes rather than the 1 hour, 30 minutes and seconds. And this is just the minutes and seconds. I kind of like that better. Because it just takes up a little bit less space. But it's not, I don't hate it, you know. It's not the biggest deal. I feel like other functionality matters more. And you can't edit the cycles. Okay, so we'll start this one. This has got some interesting features. We'll see how I like this. I want to use this and go through cycles. And test it out. And see if there's anything that's really better about the usability with this one. That'll make me want to stick with this one. But probably I'll stick with this one just because I have more customizability and it's a cleaner menu bar thing, and just more customizability. Okay, so let me hide that. Should I quit this and just get it out of there? Yeah. This one you can't really, there's no like colors. You can't really change anything unless you have to upgrade that. There's no like appearance stuff. I don't think I'm gonna like the quotes. I don't even care about where that's gonna be. I don't even know what the slider is for notifications. Well, it's either yes or no. I don't know. Okay. And the next thing we have to do is fix this app because this Office Suite is just bugging. So let me file, save. Have that saved and quit. Before I do that, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. so I was checking up on that package because it did come in, or I did check up on it, but I was dealing with it, checking it out and things. And I want to do this other thing too. Actually, not gonna deal with it. So what was it? Okay, I gotta deal with this word thing because that is bugging. And let me do a couple things here. Let's okay, I want to remove Streamlabs desktop. Flow, I can put it into the toolbar apps. I don't really use this guy. Or I don't use amphetamine either. Well, actually I did download it for a certain reason. It's just rare, okay. That's fine. I feel like this should be up here. Yeah. Okay, this should be here. These should be up here. Like that, almost. Ordering these by color. You can't even see this all. That's fine. What if I can do this. I can do that and that. That way the whole thing is showing. What I need to do is this whole suite of Microsoft stuff is bugging, I think it is. Let me try PowerPoint. Let's see if PowerPoint has the same like bugging weird thing on start. Yeah, it's okay. It's also got like the weird fast mouse thing. But it doesn't have, oh, what is all this? Let's just sign out. Okay, restart. It's still got this weird bug. Is there an uninstaller? No. What is Microsoft Defender? Anyway, let's try Excel. It's also got fast mouse, not fast,
fast. I don't know what's going on. No, don't send data. Why is it doing that? Whatever I downloaded from them is like weird. It's a weird version of this Microsoft crap. It checking, but then it's not updating anything. And it sits here and checks forever. I'm uninstalling it. That's probably the best bet. It didn't even come with an uninstaller. That's the weird thing. If you're a Mac user, you know the OG App Cleaner, but I found a better one based off of this, just because I don't know if this is secure or not, and their website is just kind of weird. Or they didn't respond to security researcher questions about the integrity of their app, things like that. I actually trust App Cleaner because I've been using them for 10 plus years. But this one is just a reverse engineered version of this, built focused on privacy, and based off of a script that a security engineer reverse engineered this App Cleaner one. So I'm trying out this guy. I just found him, and it's kind of nice. It's got a better GUI, better user interface, with like every single app. So it's just better. This actually shows more. Does it show more stuff? Microsoft uninstaller? There's no Microsoft uninstaller. And I want to uninstall Streamlabs is what I'm looking for. I'm just looking through all of these first. Okay. Streamlabs. This guy. And it'll find all related files. So let's see, Streamlabs desktop app. Whatever this is, slobs. Streamlabs this thing. Helper. Make sure it's nothing that I don't want deleted. It's everything here, okay. Delete. Man, that's pretty nice. See, I was using a script. And now I don't have to use that script. Because it's just that thing, which is pretty cool. So these deleters, I think these should be in utilities, right? These are some utility apps. I feel like the answer should be yes to these guys. Could probably uninstall App Cleaner actually now. With this guy, now that I have this. I just don't need it anymore. Actually, no, I downloaded it via Brew. It's super lightweight. I trust this app a lot. It's a really great app, but I found a new one. Brew list. Did I download it? I think I did. Oh, it's in casks. Okay, there it is. Yeah. And what is Battery Buddy? I don't remember. Well, I might have, but I don't see it as a cask. So how is it here? Battery Buddy, this thing. Replacement of the default battery indicator. Where is mine? This thing? I don't care about, why is it a face? I don't want a face. It's default, but cute. This is gay. That's it. How do I have it? How do I start it? Let me test this thing. Hold on, first let me just okay. Brew uninstall app cleaner. I no longer need that. Because I've got Perl cleaner. Or pear cleaner. Okay, purging files for it. Okay, and now battery buddy. How do I even? It's a cask, so it's an app, but I don't have it. Like it's not. Is it in here? This thing is here. Logi plugin service. This should be elsewhere. Anyway, screen sharing, print center. Okay, let me move this to where I want it to be, in here with this other guy. I don't even know. Plugin service. Whoa, okay, allow that. What sort of plugins they have available? Sorry, doing some things off screen. Okay, that didn't really do anything. It's probably just the backup for this thing. Okay, well, let me just, should be that way then? Nah, whatever. What is this even for? Oh, that's for the headset. Okay. iPhone mirroring should be like, not here, should be in here. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Okay, what other apps that I wanted? App Cleaner is out of here, and Streamlabs is out of here. I think that was it. Well, these guys, I want to find. Is there no uninstaller app? Oops, I should not be showing that. Let me hide that. Applications. Is there like a Microsoft window folder? No. Something is weird about them apps though. So let me turn on the Blur again. Because I downloaded it from here, so let's figure out what's going on. IT service desk. Google Microsoft migration information. Google to Microsoft 365 for current WG use. Okay. That's exactly what I want. See, the thing is okay, so it looks like I'm downloading it from WGU. So it's whatever they provide, what they're providing as the download. Oh, just okay, fine. Whatever it is, download some wacky version. I want to bypass and just download my own and then and log in. How do I uninstall them all? Well, that's not what I'm looking for. My access? No, it's not what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is from Microsoft, obviously. It's not in the App Store. There's no way, right? It is. I should get it from here. Rather than from whatever garbage apps that they're giving me. I'm uninstalling all of them because they're bugging. Is this automatic duck? The heck is that? Oh, it's a plug-in thing. Okay, that's fine. I don't want any of these things. Caches, Microsoft, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Trash. Goodbye. Excel. Excel app. Weird. Why is there two? Anyway, something else Excel, something else scripts Excel. Okay. Get out of here. OneNote. Get out of here. Outlook. Outlook. I'm just checking these so it's not selecting something by accident that I don't want to delete from like another similar app. Delete. Get out of there. PowerPoints, get out of here. Teams Classic, you're out of here as well. Teams binary cookies, plist, user daemons, teams, out of here. Microsoft Word app, Word. See, it's whatever this weird container thing. Well, I don't know if it's that, but I don't know what that is, but. And out of there. Cool. What is this? Refresh it. Research. What is this? Filter. Sorting. Development. Orphaned files. Environments. What is even this? Whoa. Okay, I didn't know that. Clean stored files and cache for common development. Wow. Hey, this app has actually got some interesting details that don't apply to me. This could be a dangerous thing to delete stuff here. Anyway. Okay. I'm liking Pearl Cleaner, Pear Cleaner. I'm really liking it. I just got it, and I'm liking it a lot. Cool. So I want to download these guys from the App Store, the official App Store. That is the best place to get this. What is OmniFocus for? OmniPlan, OmniFocus. Task management software. I was just thinking if it was going to be like another one of these guys, but too much things. Play, develop, create, discover. Well, whatever. I'm going back to Microsoft. Enter. Okay, for show I want. See, like, what is this? Windows app previously? Oh, remote desktop. So, Microsoft 365 apps in this bundle. View. Word, Excel, Outlook, PowerPoint, OneNote, OneDrive. Interesting. Or I can just download these individually. I feel like just the whole bundle is what I will get. What is this? Compatibility? Nice. Get the whole bundle? Word first. Install. Okay. It's doing everything other than Microsoft Word first. That's nice. Pause. This guy's first. We're doing Microsoft Word first. Pause. Everybody paused. Because when I opened up, I don't know if it's on this streams, but definitely on previous, well, maybe not because I wasn't streaming before, but I would open up Word and then a Windows alert box, a Windows UI alert box would pop up. And I'm like, that's not normal. And it would be really buggy. So something was not normal, but whatever I downloaded from the app repo that the school was trying to give me. Whatever that was. Oh, loop. That's what I was looking. Okay, loop. Oh, that's not. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, so I don't think I need any of those things here. I don't know why this is. What is this? No thanks. What is this? No thanks. And it's just scrolling me to the bottom. Yes, when I'm done. No. What is up, yo? Y'all don't even know how to make an app, bruh. Oh, that was me. I was on the space bar. Never mind. Okay. This is working. Let's just start these guys. Why not? At least now I know it's from the official thing. Okay. Oh, this is new. They've got okay. Let's see if this is gonna work now. Nope. Again, this is bugging. Something's bugging here, bro. Word has updated the default editing language to the primary language you chose in System Preferences. We replaced the default document template to support the new language settings. Made a backup of your old template for you. Okay. You're all set. Start using Word. Okay, allow to connect to the things that you need to collect to. That's a weird bug. Why is the mouse fast? At least it doesn't have this other... It is! Look at this! Visual Basic... Okay, this thing is what I'm talking about. Runtime error 53, Visual Basic for applications. Time to do research. We can, we're doing some research. We're going in on this because this is not right. Microsoft Word runtime error 53. Yeah, runtime error 53. The error often occurs when using Word on Mac OS, especially after updates or installations of Adobe products. Weird. Here are some steps to resolve the issue. Remove add-ins and uncheck any add-ins that may be causing the error. Let's go to Microsoft. Mac PDFM. Okay, what happens if I click help? Okay. So end that. Pops up again, end. Pops up again, end. Okay, this we can close. The mouse thing being fast is a whole different thing. It's being weird. Tools, templates, add-ins. Tools. Okay, I'm not, man. Nope, it's got to be on Word. Okay, the mouse is so fast on Word. Tools. Templates. I'm tweaking. Templates and add-ins. This thing. Okay, I don't want that. I don't even think that was the one that it needed. Was it? Uncheck. Quit it. Word. Let's see what happens. Something to do with a document. Create. No. Mac PDFM. End. See that this is an issue. Add-ins here. How about this? More add-ins. Well, this does not help at all. So let me go back to this guy. Six answers. Close Word while holding the Options key. Go to the Go menu. Okay. Search for this. Drag link creation to the trash. Oh, okay, this is the same thing. Okay, something to do with link creation. Uncheck it and delete. Okay, so I've got to delete the whole file. I think it was... I think I could delete it from in here. Oh, you see, look, it's checked again. So I can't even... What is this? No. Okay, so that was the issue, is that it's for some reason not saving. Okay. Quit. These things are still installing? Paused. And where is it? Library group containers. This weird thing. I won't use the terminal for this. I'll just use this guy. Library. Frameworks. or users. Oh, hidden user library folder. Okay, I see. I can just do go library. Yeah, user library. Group containers. Find a Microsoft piece of something garbage looking thing. Office. Yeah, this guy. And then inside here, user content? No, where is it? Yeah, user content. Startup Word. Add it. Why it's not an add-ins? Startup Word. This guy. Out of here. What about PowerPoint? None. Excel? None. Add-ins? None. Add-ins again? None. I don't know why there's 2 add-ins. Okay, let's test it. Word. Open. Now there's this. Oh, okay. Yes, you can have that. Grant access. It's because I'm in a different account, that's the problem. I need to, like sign out or something, but no issue. Okay. That's one problem fixed, but now I have this super fast mouse issue. Okay, one issue fixed. What's okay, how else? Microsoft Word. I don't even know how to search this. Fast mouse. It's not even, I don't think. Word. It's got to be something in preferences. Let's just look around here. Maybe in accessibility. That didn't do anything. General. Something with mouse. Open supported Office files from OneDrive or SharePoint on Office apps for Mac. That might be good. Show document gallery. Update automatic links that open. That was an issue that was doing something. Show add in user interface errors. What else could it be? Okay, fine. Dox me like that. Why don't you? I think it's interfering with the mouse app. This thing. I think this is what's the issue.
Pointer speed. This is like slowing it down. Can I even turn this off? This doesn't even like turn off. Point and scroll. 70% scroll, 50% pointer speed. Let's reset to default. 70 and 50, okay. 50 and 50. Oh, that was it. What the? Oh? Hold up. Okay, 1 speed. 2 oh, it's the same speed now. It was something to do with the app. Something to do with the app. Because now my mouse is consistent, the same speed. Is this faster or no? Okay, now let's exit. Okay, now this one. It feels the same. It does not feel faster. Okay, there was some sort of bug. Some sort of bug. Let's open this up again and make sure we get the scrolling up there. Is that better? I think that's a little faster. Nice. Nice. We have to sign out because that's not the account. We need to use my school account. What is, okay, so these guys are all installed now. So this OneDrive, now I have 2 OneDrives. I never uninstalled this thing. How do I, no. I want this one to go to the trash and not the other one. So somehow I need this to go in here. That doesn't work like that. I need, because now I have 2 of them. And I don't know how there's 2 of them. That doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even show in here. That's weird. What is it called? Office? No, what is it called? Cloud? Microsoft OneDrive. Why are there 2 of them? Holy cow. Installed date. Yeah, this is the older one, and this one is... What the... Installed date 12/6. Installed date 6/24. Okay, I'm deleting this one because it's older. And you're just gonna get out of here. You're getting wiped. I think I'm hoping that's the right one. Yes, that was the right one. This is the new one that just came. And this one should be, oh, that paused because I closed App Store. Microsoft. Here's the 365. Resume. Even though I'm never going to use this actually. I don't need that. I don't need a lot of these actually. Okay. Just gonna let that download. Cool. Done with that. So the first thing that's gonna have to happen is we gotta start combining these guys.
into Microsoft folder or group or however you want to. That will go up here. I'll go up here. No. Yeah. There. Whatever. This guy will go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That. Okay. Nope. Yeah, get in there. Can I get both of these guys? No, I can't. Can I? I can't. Okay. That goes there. Get over here. Nope, nope. Get in there. Nope. Get in there. Bet. Alright. Blue. Blue. Wait, no. Like this. Does that even make sense? Sure, whatever. Let's open up OneDrive because I have no idea what this app even. Allow to connect, allow to connect. Allow, fine. Allow it. Okay. That's the one I need to sign into. Allow connect to the login service, to the auth service. Background items. Okay, that's fine. Allow. Allow. Okay, we have to log in. Can't. Okay. I do not want to show this. Allow. Allow. Oh, I could get it integrated into this. For some reason, I've never used the integrated cloud file systems on Mac. And it's like the best thing ever, but I've always avoided using it. And I don't know why, because it fixes so many problems. And I don't know why I never use it. I didn't understand it in high school, and then I avoided it forever. This is so much better. So now I have a OneDrive folder. Wait, that's awesome. Maybe that's awesome. I don't know, actually. Okay, I want it to be synced. See, now I have it integrated here. Perfecto. Now the only thing is because I have my own folder here of my school stuff. And so should I just have this all... Okay, is this, maybe this doesn't even work. That's the issue. Does it want to connect or what? This thing? Okay, maybe it's not going to work. Or it just needs to load for a long time. Okay, let's see. So for this current class, I suppose it can be, it would probably be better in the OneDrive service. That would be best. That would be best, I think. I'm happy I fixed the problems I was having though. I mean, I'm even more happy that it was like an easy fix. Like a very easy, like it could not have been easier. Okay, well, I'm just gonna... And I could always... You see, the thing is that... I guess these are all class-related stuff except for... That's not even anything, okay. We'll see. Actually, that might be better. Maybe this will be better. Yep, okay, it's loading now. Attachments, I don't know what. Oh, this is from email. 0 items. So, let's open up this OneDrive app. Is that even an app or is that just some service for this thing? It's not even anything. It's just this. If I exit that, will it open that? Yeah, it does. Okay. Okay, cool. So now I want to do the web interface. Access the drive, but on the web. So let me blur and access on here. Let's see, okay. Quick access. Oh, here, OneDrive, okay. My files. Nothing, okay. So okay, so now, so I want it to use that. So let's just move my folder into there. Okay, so documents, education, WGU. Okay, so I want all of this basically in there, but I want to review everything. So all of, okay, these guys can go here, or that's not even, I guess that's fine. Actually, I wanted to move it in here, like this. Okay. What were those other options? Always keep on this device, free up space, view online, add to dock, get info. Okay. So now that's in there, which means I can delete these. Orientation. Yeah, see, okay, so that way I don't have to delete it. It just will move, okay. This one. Yeah, all of this stuff was provided. Okay. Enrollment certificate, enrollment verification. Should I just put that in orientation? Why not? Okay, foundations. This is almost nothing. What is this? CertMaster Learn Completion Certificate. That's fine. We'll put that. What's in here? Oh, that's the current class. Okay, hold on. This one here. See, that's the problem. What about these? Let me go to here. No, what was it? Legal issues. this one. Textbook is in here. Okay. Okay. That's fine. I guess we can... This and this. Gone. Out of here. We can move that in here. I want to rename this. Study guide. Fill in blank study guide. Or maybe not. Let's just keep it. And that way this one is empty. Don't need that. And that way I just use this. And that way I can do... I can just open it. Grant access to the OneDrive folder, grant access. Boom. Oh, this is so much better. Oh, and I even have this. What is this all about? Okay. Online files save use space. Nice. And now I have autosave. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Oh, such a better environment set up now. Where's my phone at? Uh-oh. I knew someone was calling me, or trying to get in contact with me. Okay, nice. I fixed all the issues I was having. Very nice. Wait a minute. Uh-oh. No, okay, we're good. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. So, okay, we can exit that. We're back to here. What happens if I do this? Uh-oh. Okay, I thought I was gonna hide this thing. I just don't want this. I don't want all these things here. There's too many things. Docker's probably fine. Ollama, I don't care to have Ollama in here. That's what I wanted to figure out. Let's do that really quickly. Ollama. Let's go to the docs. They don't have docs, GitHub models, GitHub. They don't have docs, bruh. You don't got docs. You gotta have docs. Score on A+. Which one? I passed both of them. I guess that's really all that matters, but core, I did the second, I did core 2 first, and then I did core 1. So core 1 I got, no, yeah, then I did core 1. Oh yeah, core 1. What did I get? I mean, I can check, I think. Yeah, I can check. What is it? Let me see. What's the website? Just CompTIA.org? CompTIA.org. Okay, Ollama, they're not gonna have a thing to be able to remove that, so I'm not even gonna bother. Log in. Actually, I'm supposed to do something with, I'm supposed to request my certificate, actually. I don't think I did that. My profile? Maybe? Maybe not. Anyway, let's see. Return home. Okay, where is it? Manage certifications. Go to my certifications. Certifications. Oh, there's only one. It's not for both. Okay, yeah, there's only one. So it's not in here. Okay, never mind. So I didn't need to worry about that. Exams. My exams. View score reports. I didn't do that great, but I passed. Like I did, it wasn't like barely passing, but it wasn't like, for me, I think 1101 was harder. Was it? I think so. No, 1102 was harder. Yeah, maybe 1102 was harder. Let me see what I got on the scores. Okay, on core 1, which is the hardware stuff, I got 712 out of 675. Or not out of 675. The passing score was 675 and I got 712. So by a good margin, I think. What's the percentage of that? It's out of 900, I believe. Does it say here? It doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it's out of 900. So, like, I'm 99% sure. So let's just do. So passing 675 out of 900 is 75%. So that's like a C. And I got 712 out of 900, which is 79%. So that's why it's better to calculate the percentages, because it's easier to see how close or far, like how well you actually did. Because the 712 versus 675 looks a little bit better, but when you look at the percentages, it's actually not that much better. So 79. Dang, I got less than a B. It's kind of bad. Good thing you only need 675, and that's all that matters. Because that's kind of bad. 79 is not good. So yeah, 79 versus the passing score of 75, which is good enough. I mean, that's all that matters, is you just got to pass. So that was core 1, and then core 2. Core 2, pretty sure it's also out of 900. How many PPQs I got? Yeah, on core 1, which is the latest one I did, I had like 5 PBQs. I just remember I had a ton of them. And I think the max is 5, so I had 5. And on the first one, I think I only had like 3. Or so core 2, I had 3. Core 1, I had 5. Did you finish well within 9? Yeah. Oh yeah, I finished well within. Yeah, I did it in about an hour. I would, well, probably an hour. I know I did all the practice exams within an hour, but they were the multiple choice ones, and they didn't have many PBQs in them, I don't think. No, they did. Yeah, I did all the practice exams in an hour, for sure. I remember doing that, because I was like, oh yeah, I'm great on time. I don't know how long the actual test was. I know I finished it fine. Like, I wasn't rushing for time. I was perfectly fine. I had enough time to review and go back through, like, questions and everything. I think core 1, which is the one I most recently took, that one took me a little bit longer because I had longer PBQs, and that I had more PBQs, so it was just taking a little bit longer. And some of the questions were I was iffy on, so I think that one was a little bit harder. And then core 2, I had only 3, maybe 4, maybe a fourth one, PBQs. And one of the PBQs was literally broken because I was doing it online, so it was broken. Like, it was like a drag and drop thing, and I couldn't drag any of the items into place. Like, it wasn't letting me. So I was like, oh man, I'm gonna fail this whole question because of a technical error. But then I kind of got it to like semi-work. It wasn't really working, but I was able to drag the stuff in, kind of like a workaround somehow. So I was able to do it. Okay, so this one I got 741, so a little bit better. And the passing was 700. So 741, 700 out of 900 is a 77.777, so like 78 if you round up. And then 741 is out of 900, 82.33, so 82%. So I did a lot better on the core 2. Yeah, I think core 1 is maybe harder. No, core 2 was kind of hard. The software stuff, because I'm not a Windows guy, I'm a Mac guy, so I had to learn all the Windows stuff from scratch. And the hardware was easier because that's agnostic, mostly. But the software side focused mostly on Windows. A little bit on Linux, which is akin to Mac, but similar to Mac, but mostly Windows. So. Okay, anyway, I don't like this dark mode. I don't want to do that. Windows, preferences. What, general? No. Yes. No. Turn off dark mode. Yes. Wait, dark mode has a... That's what I want. I want a mix. Yeah. Okay, that works. I can do that. Okay, so where was I? Let's see. They updated this thing. So I finished this. So step 2. Okay, I just gotta do this now. Read. Chapter 1, section Information System Security. Only one to 2 pages. I need to memorize all the troubleshooting sections, and I think I'm good to start doing practice tests. Read through. Yeah, you definitely know, like, printers. There's only a few. It always seems like there's a lot. There is a lot of stuff for the exam to know, but it's not too bad once you start, like, going through it. Like, when you don't review a whole section, it seems like there's a ton, but once you start going through it, it's like, okay, I can start to kind of remember some of the key points. So definitely know some, like, printer stuff, like some of the main issues with a problem with the printer and what that means with, like, which part of the printer and which printer it might be an issue for, and which type of printer. A certain issue occurs in and which part of that specific type of printer might be causing it. Which honestly, I already forgot all that stuff. These exams are so BS because like you study for a month or two, you take the exam, you pass, and then like a month later you already forget. But that's why I took notes on everything, because that way I can reference it all. But yeah, just the practice exams are literally a form of studying. So like just once you go through all the information and you've read everything from either videos or textbook or whatever, do practice questions. Like that's the best way to do it, because you might do terrible on your practice questions the first round, and then you just memorize like that question, and by memorizing that question you also memorize like the actual concept, and you just keep doing those over and over and over again. That's like the best way, in my opinion. Just as many practice questions and practice exams, and then maybe bite the bullet. I know someone took an exam and then they failed. They came back in my chat and said they didn't pass, which was tough because they were like, that sucks. Definitely make sure you're ready, but what I did for the core 2, the first exam, is I studied too long. Like I waited way too long. So that it's definitely easy to just postpone taking the exam because you keep studying and you don't feel ready. Like at max, get a week of studying. Like no, you don't need more than that. Just make sure you spend that whole week doing as many practice tests as you can. As long as you're getting good scores on them. If you're getting like, try to get 90%. Start getting up. Once you get to 90%, you're ready for the exam. Just take it. Because you don't need to get a 90% on the actual exam. You just need to get, 79% like me, or 75%, right? You don't really have to do that well. You just gotta pass. Let's see what else. Okay, this I can close. I don't need that. Is this the right page? Yeah, this is it. Yeah, what is information system security? Yeah, this one here. Wait, I can close this. I don't need this anymore. I don't need Word. Oh dang, this is okay. This is too zoomed in. There we go. Wait a minute. Where's the section? Oh, this? What section is this supposed to be? 34th at 35. That's it? What is information system security? Chapter 1, what is information security? Yeah, that's it? That's such a short section. What about this? If you remember the answers to practice tests after taking them one time, how is that a problem? You want to know the answers. That's a good thing if you know the answers. I know what you mean. Like you take the practice exam, then you do like somewhat, and then you take it again, like right after, and you basically memorized all the ones that you got wrong. So then you get like 100%. Yeah, that same thing for me happened. But that's just a good thing. That just means that you know it. Now the problem is if you take a break after you memorize that question, or whatever, however many questions, and you get a good score the second time around, and then you take a break for 2 to 3 days, and then you say, well, I 3 days ago I memorized the question, so let me just take the test now. By the time that break of 3 days, you might have forgotten already. So you want to have it like fresh. So just like keep doing it, and if you're getting good scores, And also, like, you want to vary the exams if you can find. There's probably like you can probably find free exams online, um, like PDFs or something. I don't know, and you can find a couple. You can find at least 5, and just do like from like different sources, so that way they have different questions, so that way you don't memorize it. Um, so that's what I would do. And if you get like 90% on those, then you should be good to schedule the exam. If you're not getting 90%, I'd study more. Just keep doing more. Review the material, do more tests, review sections that are kind of iffy. And then you should be getting decent scores after a few days of doing that. Maybe like at least after a week. And then just schedule the exam and keep studying so it doesn't like fall out of your brain. So that way when the exam comes, you'll see like a question that's maybe similar to the concept the questions you remembered from the exam, and so you'll be able to pass that. But it's still gonna have like different questions. You still gotta know like the concepts. You can't just memorize questions, but it's kind of similar. You should be fine. Just if you take practice exams and you're getting good scores on it, without like cheating, without like reviewing notes and then answering questions, but just like doing it, generally you'll be fine. Like, because you don't need a 90% on the exam. You know, that's what I did, and then I got like 79%, which is not great, but like I passed. That's what matters. Oh yeah, the new exam is gonna be coming. Yeah, I mean, it's Monday. The week just started. Spend this whole week studying. Do practice exams, study, and by next week, like, even if you need that week to brush up on stuff, but then just schedule it. Schedule it and do it. All right, let me read this book here. That's too zoomed in. There we go. That's still too much. No, that's too little. Okay, fine, that's fine. What is information system security? Easiest way to define information system security is to break it into its component parts. An information system consists of the hardware, operating system, and application software that work together to collect, process, and store data for individuals and organizations. Security is being free from danger or risk. Since there is always some amount of risk present, achieving security is aspirational, not absolute. Thus, information system security is the collection of activities that protect the information system and the data stored in it. Many U.S. and international laws now require this kind of security assurance, and organizations must address this need head-on. Figure 1.4 reviews the types of information commonly found within an IT infrastructure. Wait for network and security is the new exam not coming this. I was just thinking that when you said that for the A+, but I just want to finish reading this really quickly, and then I'm gonna figure that out, because that matters to me, because I need to start studying for network soon, and if they're going to be coming out with a new exam, that could mess up my process. Let me see here. Okay, what is this? Okay, figure 4. What are we securing? Firewall, mainframe, application, web servers, data, privacy. Okay, this is all useless information. Okay, that does not matter. Okay, that was useless almost. Done reading that. Okay. When does the Network Plus exam? Let me unblur this. When is the when does it refresh? Exam details. Launch date. N10008 is the 21st. N10009 2024. Oh, this one just launched. For the Network Plus. In 2024, so it's still going to be valid for 3 years. Okay, great. Wait a minute. Oh, that's right. Okay, so the other guy in the chat just took the network exam, and he took 008 because there's an overlap with when they launched. So this one launched in June, but the 008 was still valid until December, I think. So he took the older one, and he took that one because he said people were telling him that it's easier than the 009,
which I don't know because most people don't take both of them, so I don't know how anyone could know which one's harder or easier. But that's what people were saying. But I don't care. I guess I'm stuck with this one anyway since 00H is now retired. Yeah, retirement, December 2024. Yeah, exactly. Okay, generally 3 years after launch. 90 minutes, 90 questions, 720 out of 900. This is what I'm going to be studying soon. Like, I'm going to finish this class pretty quickly because it's easy in the next week or two. In the next probably 10 days, yeah, so like week. And then I'm going to start Network Plus. What about the Security Plus then? Let's see when that one. Nope, that's Security Plus. Okay, I don't know what I clicked. Launch date 2023. Retirement. So this one's still going, yeah, as long as I take it this year. This one you need 750 out of 900. So this one, spring. I mean, you have enough time for spring. You should get it done before then. As long as it's not like right now, you should be fine. Okay, let's see what I got left here. Actually, 6 o'clock before I start a session, I think I might eat dinner and then start my next session of 90 minutes, and that will do this video. Oh wait, I gotta blur this. Oops. 1, 2, 3, that'll all be done. And the last one is a 40-minute one. Dang, there's actually a lot in here. Yeah, I'm gonna eat right now. Before I start this. Okay. Alright, I'll be back in like an hour. Gonna eat something.
see. Alright, we can start this right away. Let's do it. Okay. Oh, there is a restart. Restart cycle. Okay.
Now let's talk about information security and network security and their relation.
Yo! Oh man! What? Nah, dude. Oh, I cannot do that on 1.25, bro. There's no way. Oh man, there's no way. There's no way. That's unreal. That hit me hard, bro. I was not ready for that. That hit me hard. You gotta prepare for something like that. You can't just go raw into that, bro. Oof. I'm ready.
So when you talk about information security, it is the larger picture. It is about protecting the information and the resources
That's a
that
lot
exist within your network. It exists within your cloud environment. So if you have a hybrid environment where you have cloud and on-premise infrastructure, so information security is about the protection of all your information and resources within the hybrid environment or the on-premise environment. When you talk specifically about the network security, it is more focused on data, network, hardware, and software. So it is a subset of the information security, and therefore, whenever you would refer to network security, you would specifically talk about securing the infrastructure within the network environment, and that infrastructure would have your data, it would have the network devices, the hardware, your web servers, your other kind of servers like DHCP, DNS, or it could be your web applications or the operating system. So all these pieces, when you talk about protecting these, you are talking about the network security. Let's now look at the purpose of network security. So when you talk about network security, it is about preventing and monitoring unauthorized access to the network resources. So you want to ensure that only the legitimate users have the legitimate permissions or the privileges to access the network resources. A network resource could be a folder shared on the network. So somebody needs to have the privilege to access that particular folder. Now you need to monitor on continuous basis to ensure that there is no attempt to unauthorized access on that particular folder. And whenever you are protecting that folder using access control lists, you are basically preventing the information that is residing within that particular folder. Next point comes is the preventing any malicious activities such as misuse, modification, disruption, or destruction. Now you need to ensure with the implementation of network security, you are preventing any type of malicious activities. So it could be misuse. So somebody is misusing a particular permission or privilege to do something drastic on your network. So for instance, delete files and folders. It could be modifications. Somebody has certain level of permissions which he or she should not have. They are modifying the information. So for instance, one particular Excel sheet is modified and incorrect data is entered into that Excel sheet. Then comes the disruption and destruction. So you basically initiate an internal DOS attack to disrupt the web services that are running on web server. So destruction could be simply deleting a folder that contains the confidential information. So whenever you are doing any of these activities, all these need to be prevented using network security. That is the whole sole purpose, that it should stop you from any kind of misuse, modification, disruption, and destruction of any kind of information, asset, application, or server on the network. Then comes the point of protecting data during transmission and at rest. So whenever there is a data that is stored on the network, it needs to be encrypted. So that is what network security brings in. It will require you to encrypt that particular folder or the zip file, or it could be the information in the database. So it needs to be encrypted. And then whenever you're talking about the information in transmission, it needs to be encrypted as well. So both the endpoints, one is the sender, another one is the recipient. Any information exchange that is happening between these two endpoints, whether they are within the network or one is within the network, another one is outside the network on the public network such as internet, the information exchange must be protected using encryption. That is what network security brings in. Then the last point is the protection of network assets. That is what we talked about in the previous slide. Whenever you refer to network assets, so that is the data, that is the network devices, the hardware or the software, they need to be protected, and that is what network security brings in. So there is a limited access given to the users only to do their job. Then there are defined permissions or the access control lists that will protect these assets, such as a shared folder on the network.
Yeah, I think I'm ready to. I'm ready to get a step up the dose on this bad boy. I'm ready to step up the dose on this. Let me see what was the next dose. 1.25. You think I can handle that? That's gonna be strong. That's gonna be a strong one.
Now, why implement network security? Network security is critical because of many reasons. Now, you want to ensure that there is availability of resources. Now, if your network security is missing, how can you ensure the availability of resources? Because somebody might simply delete a file or a folder that is critical for the organization. Somebody might initiate a DOS attack on your web server that is facing the internet. So network security plays a critical role in protecting these assets. And the first point is basically ensuring that there is availability of resources. Remember the CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So availability is as and when the users require to access a particular resource, it should be available for them. And that is what network security does. Then comes the next point, which is provide authentication and authorization on network resources. So you would have a user account in a domain. You would be given permission to access a particular folder on a file server. So there is an authentication that takes place when you log on to the domain, and then there is authorization that takes place when you attempt to access that particular shared folder. During the authorization phase, your user account is checked against the access control list that is implemented on that shared folder. Now, if you are in the allowed list, you are given access. So there is a proper channel. First you get authenticated, and then you are authorized to access the network resource, which is the shared folder in this case. Then comes the protect resources while allowing access to legitimate users. Now it is quite obvious that you are going to give access to a lot of network resources. So there are going to be web applications where users will log in and they will access certain sections within that web application. For example, the user will not be accessing the administrative interface, but user will be more concerned with the front end section of that web application where he can log time, he can access certain information in his profile, but the administrator would be more concerned with giving access, removing access, creating new users within that web application, doing maintenance tasks. So now this web application is protected because there is an admin user who has access only to one particular section, whereas the users have access to different sections within the web application. So you are restricting the access based on what type of user you have within that application. Now that is what the whole goal of network security: protect your resource. So for instance, a user will not be able to log on to the administrative interface because he is not authorized. He's not allowed to have access. So let's look at what network security covers. So when you talk about network security, it covers a lot of different components. So you have these components like networks, network applications, network devices and systems, network protocols, network services, data. All these combined and put together, they form a network. Now, when you need to protect the network, you need to protect all these components. To start with networks. Now, when you're talking about the networks, network could be single entity. Basically, it could be a small network, or it could be a large enterprise network where it is spread across geographies. It uses different subnets and segments. There is a demilitarized zone for the servers that is facing the internet. So depending on the size of the organization, the network size may also differ. So you need to ensure that network, be of whatever size, needs to be protected. Then comes the network applications. So there could be applications which would be internal to your organization, and then there will be web applications which need to be external to your organization. Basically, your customer, vendors, or a mass population of users would be accessing these web applications. Now, these need to be protected. So again, there is going to be a role of encryption, availability, ensuring that they are load balanced, or there is a fault tolerance built into the databases to ensure that the web application does not go down. Then there is network devices and systems. So in a network, you have the network devices, which could be the router or the firewall, switches, and then there would be systems which would be the servers and the endpoints, which are basically the desktops, mobiles, as well as the laptops. You know, it is important to harden the servers, which could include your web server or DNS server or domain controller, but it is equally important for you to harden the endpoints, which are your desktops. Now, majority of the attacks are initiated on the end user. So nowadays, threat actors have lesser attention on the servers and the network devices, but they have more attention on the endpoints, because that is an easy entry point into the network. So you need to ensure your network devices and all systems are properly covered under the network security. Then you're talking about network protocols. So we need to ensure that we do not use weaker protocols like FTP or Telnet. Use stronger protocols which are difficult to break. So you have SFTP, then you have SSH, which is secure shell. Then comes the network services. So there would be a lot of network services that would be running on a network. So it could be your as simple as NTP service, it could be domain controller services, or it could be any other services such as the voice services. So you need to ensure that all these services are secured. Finally comes the last piece of that network is the data. Now, data needs to be well controlled. It needs to be encrypted as and when possible. For instance, data at rest and data in transmission. And then it needs to be also protected using access control lists. So this will ensure that only the legitimate users are able to access that data. Just to recap, in this particular video, we looked at network security, which is a part of information security. Then we also looked at the key purposes of network security, which is about preventing and monitoring unauthorized access to the network resources and preventing any kind of malicious activities. Then we also looked at why it is important to implement network security. So we talked about ensuring availability of resources, provide authentication and authorization, and protecting the resources. Then we also looked at the network security coverages, which is about covering different components of a network. So it is the network itself, then network applications, network devices and systems, network protocols, network services, and data. Types of approaches to cybersecurity. Now, different organizations handle cybersecurity in different ways. Some will do it just because they want to do it, or some will have a compelling reason like a regulation or compliance that would drive them to implement cybersecurity. At a broad level, there are three main approaches that are available. So these are going to be looked at in detail in the next slide. In the previous slide, we looked at three different approaches to cybersecurity. It is important to highlight here that an organization, if it is going with compliance-based approach, it is also using the risk-based approach. This is because most of the compliance frameworks, such as ISO 27001 or PCI DSS, focus a great deal on the risk management. Therefore, somewhere both these approaches gel together with each other. Ad hoc based framework is, however, cannot be implemented with either one of these two frameworks. This is because there is no specific logic or rationale in using this approach. Let's deep dive into each one of these frameworks. So when you talk about compliance based, these are also known as standard based security. And this is because it is related to a specific regulation or standard that the organization needs to follow. So therefore, this approach relies on the standards to determine security implementations. Controls are implemented even if they are not necessary or applicable, but because the regulation or the standard demands these controls, and therefore these controls are implemented. So in short, compliance-based approach is somewhat known as the checklist-based approach because you are simply tick marking on the items that you have done in order to implement cybersecurity. Example of this approach could be that your organization deals with credit card specific information, and therefore they have to implement PCI DSS in their organization. And therefore, if you know about PCI DSS, it is a very stringent set of guidelines for implementation, and therefore you have to implement so many different controls. Some of them may not be even required in your organization, but because the standard demands it, you have to implement them. Second is the risk based. Now this one relies on identifying risk in a particular organization. So an organization may be facing different risks, and therefore they have to implement security controls to address that particular risk so that the organization can have the risk tolerance and its operations can continue to run. Now here is an example. Now organization has identified a few vulnerabilities and other risks and need to close them by implementing several security controls. So this is the risk-based approach, where you identify the risk and you control that risk by implementing countermeasures. Then comes the ad hoc based. Now ad hoc based approach simply implements security with no particular rationale or criteria. There is nothing thoughtful in this particular implementation. This may be driven by a vendor, or the organization may not have the complete skill set to implement cybersecurity, and therefore they would implement anything and everything that they think seems fit in their environment. So they may have redundant firewalls, they may have intrusion detection systems, they may have web application firewalls, but let's say intrusion detection system is not really required within their environment, but they implement it because they do not have sufficient knowledge. And another thing is that because a vendor suggested that a particular firewall is good for them, for example, they would go ahead and buy a brand new firewall from their vendor and replace the existing firewall, even though there was no necessity. So this is basically on the ad hoc basis, or it could be simply based on the lack of knowledge, or it could be also based on the recommendations from the vendors. There are a lot of terms in the cybersecurity field. To be able to understand the language of cybersecurity, one must be familiar with these terms. If you are in the cybersecurity field, you must know these terms to be able to handle the requirements from the users and the customer. We are not going to cover every term here, but some of the key ones that are concerned with this learning track. Some of the terms that are listed on the screen are going to be discussed ahead in the course. So we are talking about the asset, risk, threat, and vulnerability. So going forward, we'll be looking at each one of these terms. So when you talk about asset, it is something that has a value for an organization. Now anything that has value is an asset. So for example, that if you have some piece of information, that is an asset for the organization because information has value for the organization. You talk about users, they are also considered to be assets. Why? Because users also bring in value for the organization. Now, assets are critical for the organization and therefore they must be protected. For an organization, the following question arises when you talk about the asset protection. Which assets need to be protected? From which type of risk should we protect our assets? And what kind of countermeasures should we use to protect these assets? So now, when you talk about assets, they can be in tangible form or they can be in intangible form. When you talk about tangible form, it could be something like the servers or the network devices. When you talk about the intangible form, it could be something like information, data. That could be the intangible form. So assets are basically defined into 4 different categories. Now the first one is information. When you talk about information, it is the all forms of information in any form that has been created, owned, collected, classified, organized, or stored by the organization. So for instance, you have the examples of databases, files, and archives. Now when you talk about databases, they can be of various types. It could be a customer database, personnel database, sales database, or marketing database. When you talk about the data files, these are the transactional files that are used on daily basis. Then you have operational procedures, which are basically the guidelines in terms of what to do and how to do. And then you can also have archived information. Now the archived information is no longer in use, but it is still required or it can be required. So to give you an example, insurance agencies or organizations need to retain information for 7 years. Now they will not have all this information actively stored on the system. So some of the information will be in archive. Now that information is no longer in use, but it can be required. Next comes the software assets. Now a software is a method or a medium to generate information or data. So for instance, Office 365 is a software. Now it helps you generate documents which are information. Now there could be application software or there could be system software. So Office 365 is an application software. A system software would be something like Process Monitor or your Task Manager. That is a system software. Now when you talk about application software, they are mainly used for business processes like creating workflows or creating information for the organization. When you talk about system software, they are basically used to do some specific system related task, and it could also be the base operating system. That is also a system software. Then comes the physical assets. Now these are tangible resources for an organization. It's system, it could be a table or a chair. Now a physical asset is basically a physical equipment, and you need physical equipment to run a business operation. For instance, you need systems, you need communication equipment, you need storage devices, you need electrical devices. Now these are basically the physical devices. Then you have the services. Now there can be computing and communication services. So for instance, you have voice or data communication, and you can also have value-added services like local area network or wide area network. Now these are basically your 4 different types of assets. Now let's talk about what is a risk. A risk is a probability. Important fact is that risk may or may not materialize, but nearly everyone at some point in his or her life has used the term risk. For example, risk of losing a job, risk of falling ill. Now, why would risk of losing a job would happen? Because the performance is not good. Why would the risk of failing in exam would happen? Because you have not studied. Why would risk of falling ill? Because you do not eat healthy food. So essentially, risk is the potential of losing something that has a value, which may be high or low based on the type of asset and the situation. For example, a system exposed to the internet has higher risk of threats as compared to a system that is not exposed to the internet. One of the important facts about risk is that it always refers to a potential harm in the future. A risk can be internal or external to an organization. That depends from where the risk is being originated. And what we have to also understand is risk cannot always be eliminated. There will be some risks or the other that will always be there. So for instance, there is a risk of failing an exam, but you not fail, you pass. So that risk has passed. Then there is another risk that you will be late for office because you got up late. But that risk can also be eliminated. So in daily lives, in the infrastructure or in the organization, there will be one risk or the other, and a risk can not always be eliminated. So let's look at some of the examples. So non-compliance to a policy is a risk. You have a security policy and you need users to comply with that particular policy, but users do not comply with that policy. That is a risk. Then there is a loss of information or data. What happens if your system crashes and you don't have backup? So there is a risk that you will lose the information or the data from the system.
That was it. I kind of went by fast. Hey, wait, it's pretty good. We can keep going, actually.
Security teams are often viewed as the know people within an organization, so that's the first myth that we will debunk. While security teams sometimes have to deny access to applications, services, or websites, they do so as part of their responsibilities for identifying and mitigating digital risks to the organization. Security teams play an essential part in an organization's innovation and growth strategies. A good security team works with, not against, other departments to help achieve organizational objectives while maintaining the organization's security posture. The second myth that we will debunk is that security teams just fiddle with computers and servers all day. On the contrary, security teams play a critical role in evaluating new tools, services, or features and identifying potential security risks associated with them. However, they also work collaboratively with other teams within an organization to find ways to address these risks while still enabling the business to move forward. In addition to identifying risks, security teams provide guidance on best practices for implementing security controls, draft policies for maintaining information security compliance, and assist in creating security-related processes. Among many other responsibilities, security teams ensure that all initiatives meet regulatory and compliance requirements and build a culture of security throughout the organization. By working collaboratively with other teams, security teams can help identify new growth opportunities while maintaining a strong security posture. This can help organizations stay ahead of the curve and remain competitive in their industry. So, security teams are not just the say no people. They are a critical part of an organization's success. Next, we have the myth that all security team members are hackers. While there are ethical hackers who work to test an organization's security through penetration testing, not all InfoSec professionals are hackers. An InfoSec team will include a variety of roles to fulfill a wide range of duties. Some examples include analysts, engineers, architects, compliance officers, incident responders, and managers, to just name a few. It's a common misconception that small to medium-sized businesses are not at risk for cyber attacks. After all, wouldn't a cybercriminal want to go after a really big fish? The reality is that all organizations, regardless of size, are potential targets for cybercriminals. In fact, small to medium-sized businesses may be more vulnerable to attacks due to their limited resources and less sophisticated security measures. Consider that larger organizations will have the people, resources, and knowledge to mitigate a potential cyber attack, where a small organization may rely on the business owner, a single IT person, or a technical employee to fulfill these needs. In any of those cases, information security would be a small part of the person's day-to-day activities. It's essential for any organization, regardless of its size, to implement robust security measures and educate its employees on best practices to mitigate the risk of cyber attacks. Some business leaders may say they would rather not mitigate a security breach and instead manage it should it happen. After all, perhaps the scope of the breach won't be so bad. But again, this is a huge misconception. Dealing with a security breach after it happens can result in financial losses, reputational damage, legal liabilities, and loss of customer trust. In every situation, it's less expensive to mitigate the risk of a cyber attack than it is to deal with the exposure, not if, but when it happens. Myth 6 is the misconception that people don't have data worth stealing. Whether it's because of their dull lives or the amount of money in their bank account, people like to claim that they have nothing worth taking. The reality is that all data is valuable to cybercriminals, regardless of the size or industry of the organization. Even seemingly innocuous data, such as employee or customer information, can be used to launch targeted attacks and lead to significant financial and reputational damage. It's a common myth that on-premises data storage is more secure than cloud storage. Yet ask yourself, does your organization have more security resources than a large cloud service provider? Storing data in-house is not necessarily safer than keeping it in the cloud. Cloud service providers often have more advanced security measures in place than small to medium-sized businesses. They can afford large security teams made up of the best talent. It's important to evaluate the goals attempting to be achieved and the security practices of any data storage solution before implementing a new project. Many unfamiliar with InfoSec teams believe that their only responsibility is to safeguard the organization's data. This isn't true either. InfoSec teams have a wide range of tasks and duties, including access management, system maintenance, and device or service encryption. Myth number 7 is that the only security software an organization needs is an antivirus or anti-malware on its computers. A good antivirus or anti-malware tool is a great starting point into the world of endpoint security. The key word here is good. Any piece of software, including antivirus or anti-malware, can create a potential vulnerability. Additionally, antivirus or anti-malware software does not combat threats like social engineering or consider employee training or incident response plans. Finally, the absence of a security breach does not necessarily indicate that an organization is immune to future cyber attacks. In fact, attack methods are constantly evolving, and organizations need to continuously assess and improve their security measures to stay ahead of potential risks posed to them.
Oh, this is new. This was published 2 months ago. Dang, they updated this curriculum good, huh? Actually, this can be unblurred, because this is just on YouTube, so you can watch that. What? Oops. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, something like that.
Don't take your job so personal or serious. We are inundated with threat reports and breach notifications that this job can get really stressful. But at the end of the day, it's going to be okay. Business is going to continue. And so I think we got to, cut ourselves a little bit of slack. Don't be so uptight, and, things are going to work out just fine.
Welcome to Threat Vector, the Palo Alto Networks podcast where we discuss pressing cybersecurity threats and resilience and uncover insights into the latest industry trends. I'm your host, David Moulton, Director of Thought Leadership at Unit 42. Today, I'm thrilled to be speaking with Brian Rozak, Principal Analyst at Forrester, with a career spanning roles as a CISO, a security officer, professor, and trusted advisor. Brian's deep expertise includes cybersecurity management, operational technology, risk mitigation, and threat intelligence for critical infrastructure. He's led global teams across multiple industries, developed groundbreaking strategies, and is also a cybersecurity professor at the University of Dallas, helping shape the next generation of security leaders. Today, we'll be diving into an essential topic for every cybersecurity leader: collaboration and alignment on security strategy, especially when it comes.
Actually, I should save this for... Yeah, this is just a straight up podcast. I'm gonna listen to it during my workout tomorrow morning. Actually, that's gonna be a better, more effective use of time, I think. And I'll just do that. Actually, watch this. So I'll skip this one. What is this? Okay. I'll leave that for tomorrow morning. So that way I'm not just sitting here listening to it when I could just be doing the other work that they need me to do, and this will not load. So whoa, okay. What's going on here? Let's see. Where was I? Here? Yeah. This is where I was, okay. So I'm gonna put a pin in that one. Let's do this.
so do we read this? I guess we can read. $126. Dang, that's a big section. The whole of chapter 3? Bruh. I bet then. What is this? It just skipped. Those are the only two sides they have of this, or is it all of this? 126 to 187. Dang. Okay. What if I do this? No, that doesn't do much.
And now it has a little, oh, why doesn't the regular one have it like that? What is it? Cert.org? Let's try that. Nope. Okay, it just goes back to here. This website sucks. Cybersecurity Watch survey. Okay, well, looks like maybe they don't do this anymore. CERT Insider Threat Center. Here, what are the resources they have? Insider threat here. There's nothing here. It's just talking a whole bunch of stuff. Certificates, courses, services. It's just an article, brochure. This is nothing. Tools, dataset tools, webcam. This is useless. Unreal. guess I'll just do this page. Yeah. Okay. What else here? No. US cert. Is now just CISA. Is that what it is now? No. What's the website for it? Homepage. CISA GitHub. It's on their GitHub. Kind of cool. CISA Gov. Kind of cool. I'll follow this. Yeah, okay, now it's a better size. I just gotta reduce the window size here. Oh, I forgot to do this. Should I skip it? Is this skip? Skip break. Yeah, we going right into it. That's what I thought. These pages are actually so short. What even is this? That's crazy. Like, it was a lot of pages, but they're so short. Which is good. Who is yelling outside, man? Probably over there. Yeah, crazy teenagers. $149 only? Dang, what page do I gotta go to? 180 something? 187, dang. That's a lot. 150, okay, well. Actually, so I had some sort of idea come up into my head, so I have to take a pause because I'm gonna forget. This has to do with brain. Let's see, projects. So I have the project spot, personal website. I suppose, let me close that. Let's do, whoops, what am I doing? Nope, that's not, that's what I want, okay. And then I'm doing this, and then probably just that. Let's put this in here a little bit. Okay, I know for my personal website project, let's do a section that's going to be the infrastructure, so how it's actually built on, like what is actually built. Kind of want to do, it's going to be a static site generator, something like that. Probably using Hugo. Minimal JavaScript, things like that. I don't know. Maybe we'll have a content section, homepage, bio, blog page, what was now I just forgot what I wanted to do with it, what I was supposed to be adding to here. Maybe blog page, projects might be just in the blog page, I don't know, something like that. Maybe some sort of projects write up. My tech kit. Maybe it'll be just like a blog page, but it'll be like my stuff. Maybe I'll do pages, homepage, blog page, projects, my setup, home setup, EDC Tech, yeah, EDC Tech gear kind of page with links to Amazon, maybe I can do like affiliate links, buy me coffee type thing, but for privacy preserving payments. I think it's like Monero. What else? Zcash? Is that what that is? Zcash? What's Zcash? Real quick. Man, I'm not gonna go down this rabbit hole, but Zcash. Privacy protecting digital currency. Yeah, Z.cash. Wait, that's kind of cool. Okay, so that'll be something I can look into. Zcash. And then you know, BTC for sure. Type of thing like that, donation type of thing. That would be good. What else? Something like that. Page contents. I think I want it separate from the blog page though, that's the thing. So that way these are like more blogs I can just have different write-ups maybe. I don't know, we'll see. But that would be cool. But you can't look with the donation thing. Well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But it'll be a start. We can probably build up on it. Probably host it on GitHub pages if there's. Yeah, we're not gonna need a server. GitHub pages. Hugo Menwilder. Host it on GitHub pages. I don't know what the. I don't know what the domain name will be. Or where to purchase it from, but different things like that. Content. What else would there be? I think that's good enough. Eventually I gotta do something like with this, but yeah. Cool. Alright. That's it for that. I just needed to go do that, or else I would forget. Actually, it would be good if let's do this. Information security. Security. Let's see what we got. Information security governance, information security overview. What is this? Information security overview, and I have information security. Where does this go back to? I have an information security page already here. What is this? Jeez. Okay. What does this go back to? Linked. Here, mitigating attacks, risk management controls, incidents. Can be classified by how they work: physical controls, logical controls, administrative controls. What do we have here? detective controls, or how they act. Preventative controls, detective controls, corrective controls, deterrent controls. Let's just add to this. What is this? Deter an action that could result in a violation. Merely attempt to suggest that an action not be taken, but does not block it. And then there should be compensating. Address a threat in place that does not have a straightforward risk mitigating solution. Compensating, something else was that too. Administrative controls. Logical. Physical controls. We don't need any of that. Now we can update this with that. Additional types of controls are safeguards and countermeasures, technically. AKA safeguard. But okay, so this guy told us it's another name for it, but these guys are saying it's not the same thing. Classification type of control, specific control, specifics. What else? Safeguard. Technically not a safeguard then. Let's do this. Controls, safeguards, and countermeasures. Is that 2 words? No, 1 word. Okay. And then we'll do control limits or constrains behavior. Let's say this. Not. These are not interchangeable. Changeable. Different. Safeguards and countermeasures are a kind of control. control limits. Control limits or constraints behavior. Safeguards. Let's just do that. The safeguards and countermeasures are controls that exercise restraint on or management of an activity. Ooh, that's a good example to be able to understand. Countermeasure counters or addresses the loss from a specific incident. Now let's do, if I can remember how to do these, example. Safeguard. A safe for storage of valuables. Wait, no, that's not a safeguard. Control. A safe for storage of valuables. Safeguard. Here, let's do this, that. Safeguard. A human guard who watches the safe. And then the countermeasure is insurance against the loss of the valuables in the safe. Valuable content in the safe. Contents of the safe. Insurance against the loss of the valuable contents of in the safe. Valuable contents in the safe. Contents of the valuable contents of the safe. Yeah, of the safe. Or I can just save the valuables in the safe. Yeah, whatever. It's a good way to do that. Let's see. Number of possible countermeasures is unlimited. Countermeasure must have a clearly defined purpose. Maybe I should move this. Command C, delete that. I want this under here, actually. Controls, safeguards, and countermeasures. must have a clearly defined purpose. Must address a risk. Must reduce a vulnerability. Otherwise, it is a solution seeking a problem. Bad. E.g. fix known exploitable software flaws. Let's just say vulns. Nah. I'm not gonna do all that. Added a little bit there. It's fine. Actually, 30 minutes already? Dang, I'm not putting work in on this thing. 150? I still got a ton of pages. Okay, keep reading, focus, focus. Ooh, it would be good to my own create like a page for my security posture. Let me go to physical. There's another spot that I had physical controls in another section here. Physical security. Physical security controls. These are the same as the other things. Let me go back to, what is this? Oh. Why do I have this open? There should be fundamental, yeah, this. And then information security. And then controls, physical controls. Why are these different? These should be probably the same. To ensure physical security. Yeah, let's just combine these. Yeah, let's do that. And then this should go back to here. Yeah, I think. Where was I just looking? Oh, physical security. Let's do this. Okay. Physical security controls. This should be just physical controls is what we'll do. So let's do this. We will bring this guy out. We're gonna start combining some of this. Physical controls are the devices, systems, people, and methods you put in place to ensure your physical security. To ensure the physical security of people, devices, and data. tangible and manual. No, not necessarily manual. They can be automated. Heating and air. Fire suppression is not necessarily manual, so that's garbage. Whack. Protecting physical security. Maybe they are different. Maybe physical security is different. Physical security controls. And just physical controls, not necessarily security. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about that, actually. I'm just going to add it to this, and that's it. I just want to add these. I can't copy and paste from this, huh? That's garbage. Okay. Kind of want all of these because these are nice short explanations. Should be this thing actually. Whoa. Okay, that's what I wanted. What? Oh, it's supposed to be option. Oh, okay. I see. Dang, there's actually a lot. It's decent. This will be coming in handy when I'm planning physical security. Make that a little bit bigger. Yeah, that makes more. That's, yeah, that's good. Alcove. want to stop until I finish reading this. How is it 2 minutes? How did I use up all that time already? 11? I read nothing. That's crazy. I just can't. There's just too many pages. I can't finish reading. I gotta get sleep. That's tough. And just finish reading these couple pages? Okay, bet. Break time. I really did a 90-minute timer and I didn't finish reading this section? That's crazy. IT and network infrastructure is next. Okay. Let's let's see, what did I do? I added to controls, added to controls and physical security control and physical security controls, I think. That was about it. Oh, what else did I do? Added website project. Boom. Okay. So we're gonna see. So that's it, I guess, for now. Whoa, okay. That's it, I guess. That's the end. What was the stream today? Let's see. I hit 7.5 hours. I thought it was gonna be like 5. Okay, and then like the hour for what, dinner? I did not do as much. I really thought I was gonna read this much faster. I mean, I know I did a couple other things, like read and research some websites and then add to this and whatnot, but still. Anyway. Anyway, that's it, I guess. Alright. I'll try to get on tomorrow. Let's see, I'm gonna do the workout. I'm gonna watch that podcast that they assigned during the workout. It's about a 40-minute podcast, so that's about how long my workout's gonna be. Gotta have a quick workout. And then come back early. I'm gonna read my book right now for like an hour and go to sleep at midnight. Wake up 7, 8. 8's kind of late. 7 hours of sleep. That's okay. 7 hours. Yeah, that would be okay. All right. But okay. Let's see. IT network infrastructure. Is it gonna save the page I'm on? I don't think so. I'm just gonna leave it open. And this I can close. I don't need this. Okay. Bet. Stop streaming. Peace.